Hello, everyone, and welcome to my stream today. How's everyone doing today? Come say hi in the chat as we get this thing going. As you know, I am just going to sit here and ramble because I don't have a cool starting screen, but that's all good. Actually, I wonder, is this the first stream I've done since I got my new monitor? Yeah, picture looks a lot sharper. How you all doing here? All right, let's go out to the. I was just distracted a moment. Syntax just dropped a solid episode that I did a few weeks back. So I always like re-listen to them to kind of like see, if what I said actually made sense. And yeah, so far pretty good. I was actually quite happy with that interview. We talked about stuff technical, but also in a really approachable way. It was a really fun episode to do. All right. So yeah, as we're getting started here, how's everyone doing? Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, I know there's never a perfect time for everyone. It's just kind of the reality of things. Let me open Twitch here too in another tab so that I can see Twitch chat in case anything comes through there. Because unfortunately, I stream with StreamYard, and in StreamYard, I don't get to see much of what's going on from Twitch. So there we go. All right. Yeah, do I have a link for the syntax stream? Yeah, sure. Give me 2 seconds here. Actually, let me also present my screen just in case. What do I want to share? I want to share my entire screen. This one. Yeah, I think I just retweeted it, so I can probably grab this link pretty quick here. All right. Sure, someone already beat me to it. Yeah, well, I don't have to do this. I'm still going to post it through StreamYard just because I know it'll go to both YouTube and Twitch. But yeah, I don't need to post this stuff, right? Good. Everyone getting past those Twitch pre-rolls? Yeah. Yeah. I'm super excited today because I got 3 main parts of the stream today, right? And probably in the opposite order you'd think I'd advertise them. But yeah, this week in JavaScript is a lot of stuff's been going on. A lot of hot talks about compilers and syntax and stuff. I'm quite enjoying what's going on there, right? So that's going to be towards the end of the show, but server functions, all that kind of stuff. Really, really cool. And then obviously advertised, Milo's joining me. We're going to talk about reactivity and progress we've been making there, the work he's done, maybe even talk a little bit about Angular, Preact, like the whole evolution of what's going on with reactivity right now. So I'm very stoked for that. But even before that, I got another guest and another announcement. So I'm actually going to just advertise this stream on Twitter and in the places so people will come and join us here, right? Let's see here. Just did the good old go live tweet. Maybe I'll share my screen while I do this. Nah, it's fine. I'm going to leave the surprise to the last minute. Let me see here. We are live. All right, cool. Just making sure people are ready for this. All right. Yeah, YouTube, Twitch. Yeah, let's just maybe I give a shout out in the Discord. I always forget. Yeah, let me see here. I gotta get Discord off my main screen. Don't want to show any of that stuff. No, honestly, I didn't stream last week, and then it's like maybe there wasn't that much stuff, but then this week it's just like everything. So yeah, this is gonna be a lot of fun. Where are we here? Let me see here. All right. Sorry, this is just how I kill time. I'm sure you guys would prefer like one of those like what do you call it? Twitch TV. Is it still Twitch TV? I can't even remember. Prefer one of those like cool loading songs, but you know, yeah. Cool. Oh, I posted an art. Sorry, give me a second. All right, we'll get started here in a minute. Also, yeah, there we go. Cool. Okay, people are coming in now. All right. Are we ready to get started? Is everyone got their Friday afternoon drink? Yeah. All right. Find me this tweet somewhere. If you can find me this tweet, I would like to talk about this a bit later. All right. Cool. Good. People are joining on. That's great. All right. Cool. All right. So let's get started then. Yeah. So the Milo is going to join us in about an hour or so. He's actually at college. He's in classes, so he couldn't make it at the beginning of the stream. But that's good because something else pretty big that I wanted to talk about. And some of you probably already kind of guessing what this is. You've seen photos leak around Twitter at different times, but I have a special guest with me today who's going to, help me talk and announce some important, interesting stuff that's coming up around Solid and the ecosystem in general. So, yeah, I'm pretty excited about this. So, without any further ado, I'm going to throw up a banner here, and we're going to welcome Tanner Linsley to our stream.
Hello.
Hey, Tanner, how's it going? I'm so glad you were able to come on and join us. This is the first time you've actually been on my stream.
Yeah.
No, it's awesome. It's funny. We've been talking for ages, but yeah, everyone's saying hi from the chat.
Nice. Hello, everybody. It's good to be here.
Yeah. For those who don't know, Tanner is obviously behind TanStack and all the libraries there, famously React Query, React Table, React Chart, React, I don't know. There's so many of them. Actually, Tanner, how about you give yourself the introduction? You'll do better than me.
No, that was great. I'm addicted to building open source software, mostly React stuff, but we've gone agnostic over the last 2 years.
Yeah, can you tell me a little bit about that? Like, how did you end up deciding to do that, and like, what does that look like?
Yeah, so in the beginning, this was about 10 years ago, we started a company called Nozzle, and we do search SEO analytics. So all the tools that I build are basically just a means to an end to accomplish the things that I want in Nozzle.
Right.
So in the beginning, they were just React. But, with React Query was kind of the first one that we realized, like, wow, everybody needs these features, right? Not just the React ecosystem. So we decided to build it in a way that could be abstracted out. So all the core to our libraries now are built separately in just TypeScript. And then we build adapters around them that kind of hook in, and they hook up all the different things for the framework, mostly around state management, reactivity, and if there's any like UI components and styles and stuff. So not all my libraries are agnostic, but they're all going that direction. Like React Charts is still just React Charts, but most of them are agnostic and can be extended. So if there's a demand for it, there's a framework adapter for it.
That's really cool. Honestly, that's a very admirable goal. I always thought doing something like that would be really, really difficult. Like just from my perspective of being very hyper focused on like a single framework. Like how has it been? Like
it's been an adventure. I mean, Ryan, you know the adventures that I've had, right? Because when you build everything for React, you have to and get to, I guess, assume some things about the ecosystem. one of those things is that like the entire React ecosystem operates on immutability and memoization for everything, for change detection, for performance, for everything. And it's kind of annoying a lot of the time. It was great in the beginning, but now it's annoying. So yeah, moving to other frameworks, it's both uncomfortable but also enlightening and kind of makes you a little more angry at some of the things that you have to deal with in React. Like moving over to Solid with signals. I mean, we're going to talk about a lot about signals today, but like signals are fantastic. And once you use them and get used to them, going back to like immutability for a lot of this stuff it just feels like garbage. So
yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I wonder if, I mean, you've been exposed to this now because you've been building all these tools. I wonder if other library authors kind of hit similar kind of places with this. It's funny because I remember I mentioned Pete Hunt after one of your tweets. I brought it up a few weeks ago. Pete Hunt was like, look, React in the beginning wasn't actually about the immutability and the referential equality. Like, we were like, you could do whatever. Like, sure, that's a way you could use it, but we weren't going to enforce it. But then once hooks were added, like, you needed that because you needed a way of being able to say, like, hey, don't rerun all this code every time the component re-renders. So it's kind of interesting to see that evolution kind of play into that.
Yeah, I think it just also as applications have grown in size and complexity over the years, taking on more and more responsibilities from the SPA perspective, we were just sucking everything into the client. And so it just got really heavy, and where we could have done anything in the past and everything just kind of worked great. Now you can't do anything. You have to be very conscious about performance and conscious about doing things in your application. So I think it's natural evolution for a language and a framework to kind of push the boundaries and push it as far as you can go before you have to kind of reassess and pivot and change. So
yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. React has been around now for a decade. I think that was the whole point of that documentary.
Tom Brady's comment is interesting.
Meta frameworks suck for single page apps. I don't even someone's gonna have to unpack that for me because I'm not quite sure I understand, because like I consider almost everything a single page app, so it's like a
yeah. I think I get a little bit of the sentiment, and I hope I can prove it wrong with what we're going to talk about. So
yeah, no, that's good, and that's what's interesting. People ask about Vite and stuff. No, I like it's interesting because in a lot of ways you look at these tools and you're like, they basically do the same thing for you. Like, they're interchangeable, so you kind of go like, what's the developer experience? What's the syntax? Like, you kind of focus on that kind of very superficial, top level kind of considerations. But like over time, once you have to live with the applications for a longer period of time, you start developing different types of opinions. And I think people do develop different opinions. I don't think everyone agrees on everything in this range, but a lot of where I got to with Solid was because of my experience. I was a knockout developer using these reactive patterns, and I maintained the same application, rather large, not like super large, but a decent sized single page app for almost a decade. Like for like 8 years, maintaining the same application. When you go through that process of like shifts and modernization and partial refactors and like all these kind of things, you start appreciating different things. When you I watched Reactivity get really out of hand on performance. We built a shop front one time for our photo products, and it was like the craziest pinging you've ever seen, where like someone would change something and like all the calculations for all like the shop stuff and the variants would all just like got entangled, and it was a mess. Like there are trade-offs with any of these decisions, but then you learn from them and find different solutions to it. But quite often in the wider ecosystem of things, we take an idea to a certain point, and then we go, oh, it's not doing good here. And instead of maybe solving it, a certain portion will break off and go like, oh, we need to do it the exact opposite way and do it that way. And then that becomes the thing until it hits a wall, and kind of this back and forth. And I think each time it's that pendulum, we learn a little bit. But that's often how I feel about like the relationship between stuff like Solid and React.
I totally agree. It's natural. That's what we're seeing today. It happens with everything. I got my start in Angular. Angular is what brought me into front-end development, and
I
It
did
was
not know that.
fantastic. Yeah, I got it. I wanted to be an app developer, like a native app developer, but I refused to learn Objective-C back in the day. So I learned about Ionic, and I kind of knew a little bit of JavaScript already. So yeah, that's kind of how I got sucked into it. And then pretty soon I wasn't building native apps; I was just building web apps, and it was really good. So yeah, Angular was a lot of fun, and like we're still using a lot of the patterns that Angular kind of pioneered, but just in better ways. So
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. There's like elements of it that keep on bleeding back and into each other, so it's like this. On one hand, there's like these different philosophies and different like beliefs, but then there's also like things where you can like look at something from a completely different way and get like a piece of it and then kind of integrate it back in. And I'll cover it later in This Week in JavaScript, but Dan Abramov in the chat session after the React documentary had an amazing quote where he was talking about like looking at things in terms of like ideas surviving or like I don't know, like getting out there and living on, like being is the important thing. And
yeah, I saw something about that too, where it's not about framework or technology, winning. It's about certain ideas and patterns surviving beyond their implementation, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
And that was very much a thing for me. And I mean, I'll probably cover it a bit more later, but like you have to understand, like I felt with Solid in the early days that I was like taking this reactive pattern that no one wanted anything to do with, and then was like, come on, guys, this is really good. I hope that someday someone will kind of appreciate that this is really powerful. And
we're getting there.
Yeah, it's been crazy. Yeah. So we're doing pretty good here. We got a bunch of people on the stream. How are you doing, stream? How are you doing, chat? Yeah.
How many people are here?
About 160, which is good for my stream. We don't go too crazy here. But I got to thank Jutanium who subscribed at tier 1. And I'm trying to see here. Am I missing any other subscriptions? Yeah, AdriUI gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. And also, AdriUI subscribed at tier 3. Subscribed for 5 months. Wow, that's pretty much the whole time that I've been streaming as a affiliate. So thank you very much.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah. Come on to the meaty stuff. Well, actually, okay, fine. Let's fast forward a little bit because I'm trying to remember. Tanner, me and you have been talking probably since it was right around the Solid 1.0 release. It was about a year and a half ago that we started kind of really having our conversations.
I say. And we have talked about a lot.
Yeah. Well, yeah. To get to where we are today wouldn't have happened without going through a few different thought ideas. I think one of the funny things was there's some. I remember Jamstack Conf this year. That's really when a lot of the current ideas started kind of taking shape. I think some people were making some fun on Twitter to like hype some kind of conversation, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, we need a link to that picture. Somebody took a picture. I think Theo did.
Theo, I know. I got to find Theo's picture. I was actually looking. There's 2 pictures. Jason took one, and then it's too bad I don't actually have it on hand. The one when you're adjusting your contact lens.
Oh yeah, it looks totally wacko.
Yeah. I'm not good enough at Twitter search to get that. I think it's probably like, do I just at everyone's name or at Carniato?
Possibly, yeah.
Tanner, because there's no way he didn't.
Well, he definitely tagged everybody in it. It's at
GG. Yep. Hopefully, I'm doing this right. No, did I get yours wrong? No, the other thing is I'm not even sure that what was I going to say? I'm not even sure that Twitter search works properly anymore. To be fair,
that is fair.
I've been having some challenges. It's funny. I got a search working, but honestly, the 3 of our names being tagged together on Twitter is not a unique combination.
No.
Oh, I found it. Someone made a meme template of it. This isn't the original, but okay, I found it. Let me share my screen. Sorry, where is it?
There we go.
But yeah, this is this one. Oh man.
Yeah. Still bad. It's so bad. But yeah, this is where it all started, right?
Right, and actually, there was another really cool picture that I'm probably not going to find right now that Jason Langstrom took. That was me and Fred over your computer at JamstackConf
Oh
when
yeah.
we were first showing us the router. But yeah, this is the start of. Oh man. Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah. This was good. This was good times. This is at Theo's place, but yeah, this started with where we started having some more serious conversations about this stuff, because the truth of
Yeah.
the matter is, like, is there a, it's hard, like, you start looking and you're like, Solid's doing some pretty cool stuff, but how does it make a dent into the ecosystem, right? Like, you have, like, even from like a agnostic kind of perspective, like Tanner had, where he's kind of like going like, look, I'm supporting all this different stuff. You could tell that something is different here, right? And you're like, how do we make these things work together? How do we, use them maybe together? It's a tricky
Yeah.
problem.
Well, and it's difficult because, like, I can't move away from React. Like, I have so many things that are built on it, and the world, really, the development world should not be built on the idea that when something new comes along and changes, like, you shouldn't have to rewrite everything, right? You should be able to incrementally adopt ideas, concepts, patterns, and hopefully by the time you do that, migrating or rewriting is at least easier or feasible. And this was one of those areas where, I, from at least a year, no, probably 2 years ago, I remember calling you up and saying, dude, so like, Solid, maybe not even just Solid, but signals are the future, right? As like, signals are amazing. I believe that Solid is onto something, and we need to figure out how that's going to work into everything that I do, right?
Right.
And obviously, we looked at bringing it into React, and I wrote some hooks that kind of treated signals first class, but they were terrible. And then
Yeah.
ultimately, we ended up talking right there about routing, and it's like, hey, how can I'm going to build this agnostic router, and I want to make it work with Solid, and that's what we were doing mostly. There is we were talking about like how could we build an agnostic router that works with every framework? And to be honest, we didn't get very far.
No, like, that's the funny thing. I mean, that seems like the obvious solution, but people don't always understand that agnostic sometimes doesn't mean good. Like, sometimes there's certain types of problems. If you can find
Yeah.
the right primitives or the right common ground, you can do it. But other times, it's actually really difficult because you're
Yeah.
just sacrificing on one of the sides. You're just compromising.
At some point, people might better think about it as sometimes the technology doesn't need to be agnostic, just the ideas and the patterns and how you think about certain things, right?
Right.
And that's kind of where I have been with a lot of my libraries. I think it's like headless is a theme, right? That doesn't really matter where you go. And React Query was all about like server state, right? And this new router that I'm building, it's not about how it's implemented, or it's not even really about being framework agnostic. It's really just about type safety and better state management and just having better tools to do routing, and
Yeah.
that's not specific to any one framework, and you can't really embed that into a core if you think about it, because every framework is going to be a little different. Well, especially routing is like very, very special.
Yeah, yeah, and it's funny, this kind of idea. I mean, we saw it. It was like when React released React Native, and they're like, "No, we're not." Like, they were saying like, keep their mentality, but you're not going to be reusing the same components. Essentially, this is stepping back even like one level back from that, and it is hard. Routing is like the backbone of applications. which means that like it comes with a lot of the opinions. It comes with a lot of like the change detection,
Yeah.
update model, things that are very core to the framework. And for a lot of things, people are
It might
lucky.
as well be in the framework itself, if you really think about it. And one thing that I was just talking about with a friend was that, actually, it might have been you, that React is really one of the only frameworks that didn't have a router that was just kind of like, this is it. This is the router, and this is how it works. And it's first class support for everything. And that kind of made an interesting ecosystem inside of React for routing.
Yeah, I mean, and everything. Okay, I gotta admit, I kind of admired this, and I actually spent the first couple years of Solid, like again, not building the router. I'd be like, yeah, you can build the router, and then there was like we had like 3 or 5 different routing solutions, and then at some point I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna build a router for what I want because everybody who was building the router had their own thing. There was like a type safe router. Actually, we think that someone had created a completely type safe router back then. It was like it was a little hard to approach. It wasn't as usable as some of the stuff you've been doing. And then like someone else, most people made, there's like 2 or 3 clones of React router. And then I made my own router, which was based on nested routing and configuration based routing. Because I like in my head, I was like, this is where I want to be. And yeah, I mean, at a certain point, I got the guy who had been building the most popular React clone router, and just merged my efforts with him, and that's how we got like the official Solid router. But like, it's tricky because once you do get there, it is very obvious that an official solution sort of does pop up. Like React router, for all purposes, became that official solution
Yeah.
for React. So it is interesting. I don't know, what other implications were you thinking about with the fact that they didn't actually have an official router?
And maybe it wasn't that it just wasn't official. It's that React Router really dominated the space for a while, but then meta frameworks came along and really kind of threw a wrench into things, because as we have discussed and learned over the last many months, meta frameworks and routers are more tied together than the framework and the router, to be honest. Because to do all of the things that you want to do with a meta framework, you need to have full control over the routing experience. And ultimately, this put my router in an interesting situation because I wasn't trying to be a meta framework up front. I didn't really want that. I just wanted something to be SPA. And but I did want it to work with SSR. And that's where it got really weird, is because once you start doing anything on the server, your router needs to, be knowledgeable about a lot of that stuff, at least be integratable. So here we have Gatsby and Remix and Next, and they all have their own routers, right?
Yeah.
And it just so happens that React Router is the only one that's used in Remix that you can also use without the meta framework, right?
Yeah.
Like, could you imagine Next being able to use the Next router outside of Next? Honestly, I don't think it would be that great.
So yeah, I mean, yeah,
because if you take away the meta framework from Next, the router that they have is really just, it's pretty simple, and it'd probably be the same thing but I think Gatsby uses Reach or something like that. So the rise of the meta framework world has created a lot of division in routing, because of the amount of control that you need. It's also locked everybody in really tight on their routers. It becomes a part of your meta framework. It's really difficult to change it or move away from it, or even improve it without making people's lives more difficult.
Yeah, and what we're seeing now, especially because as you mentioned, React Router is kind of like the free agent, but even then, they've been adding stuff like actions and forms and posts. Like yes, it works isomorphically, it works client only or client and server into Remix, but they're getting like you suddenly have to be aware of the network, kind of as like, and again, you're thinking, well, yeah, a router would be aware of the network, but for a while, single page app routers were not actually that aware of other than the URL. They didn't have to be aware of the network.
Absolutely.
So now you're expected to handle all of that stuff or not all that stuff. I think that must have been very challenging for you, Tanner, to kind of figure out like when the router stops and when the meta framework begins.
Yeah, it's a big challenge because it's kind of like you're expected to just jump into this server environment. And honestly, I will admit, over the last 2 or 3 months, I've just been just totally confused about where to draw those lines. And it wasn't until some blingy stuff came up that I was like, wow, those lines are now just really clear and really easy to use. So it's taken a lot of work to get to where we are.
Yeah.
And I think it would be a disservice to a lot. I already think it's a big disservice to a lot of the industry to talk and treat SPAs like they don't exist anymore. Like, let's talk about the biggest bike shed ever, right? Is we just spent the last 7-8 years moving to a world of SPAs, and then the minute that the MPAs or pest pills or whatever the crap they're calling them now, I hate the acronyms, they're so dumb. Whatever they're calling it now, you know, it can't invalidate everything that we've worked towards. It needs to be incremental. And so, like, I remember when I was at GemStatConf up on the stage, I said, who builds and maintains an SPA? And like everyone in the audience put their hand up, and because it's true, people are still maintaining and building SPAs, and it's going to be really difficult to get those people away from SPA land. And you need to consider that if we want to move things to the server, we need to be able to do it incrementally. And rewriting to a new meta framework is not incremental.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah. Wait, and that's so tricky because then like it's like the KCD standards thing though too, because you're like, well, if everyone's presenting stuff in a way that like rewriting to the meta framework is actually difficult, then we need another meta framework that doesn't force you to write to the meta.
yeah, it's a new standards problem, right? Yeah,
Right.
well, and luckily, we don't need to think about it though in terms of so single layered though, right? When we start thinking about it more as what are this pyramid of pieces that we have to put together, right? And like swapping pyramids, you're getting rid of every piece you have and moving to a new one. And really, a better world would be moving only top level pieces, moving things around top level so that you can still share lower level primitives across frameworks and across expectations of your router, and even just those ideas that we're talking about, the concepts and the patterns, being able to transfer those from framework to framework would be really valuable, but that just
Yeah.
doesn't exist today.
Yeah, and it's difficult. Actually, that was probably a decent point to bring up. This is kind of like what Tanner's been looking at the last while. I'm going to talk a little bit about what I've been looking at for the last while and kind of put this in context a bit from my side, because I was working on Solid. Everyone told me I needed a meta framework. I'd already built the router, right? We talked about, and I was pretty happy with it because I was using it actually back then to just blow out demos and benchmarks, like Lighthouse thing, like client-side rendering with parallelized data fetching and nested routes. Like if done right, even without server rendering, will slay slow SSR builds where people wait for all the data and they have slow backends and stuff. I was just killing benchmarks and demos with client side, and I was just like, who needs SSR? To be fair, then I went to the network tab and said slow 3G, and I was rudely awakened, so to speak. There are considerations here, but I had this kind of challenge where I'm like built really good single page app style tools, and then I was thinking like, okay, SSR should be an extension of that. How do we approach this in a way? Because like I didn't want to write a meta framework, but I was kind of getting pushed to it because I was like, oh, Svelte has Svelte kit, React has Next. It's like an expectation. It's like an expectation. It's like because people want these like starter kits, and I was like, okay, fine, we can make a starter kit, right? But I didn't want to be opinionated about it, so I approached it in a really interesting way because I was like looking at each piece, and I was like, okay, how do I write this in a way that I don't have to write or maintain any of it? So I was like, because I was like, when I was working on the data loading for Solid's router, I couldn't assume what you wanted to do there, and I needed reactivity to trigger updates and stuff. So I just like made a container for it. And then when I went to SolidStart, I was like, yeah, we should just bring those data functions and okay, maybe a file-based router to make it easier to use. But generally speaking, same thing. It runs isomorphically on both sides. I want you to use tan stack query in there or whatever. Like I'm not going to tell you how to fetch your data. That's ridiculous. Like sure, if you want to do that, maybe a form library could do that. Like I was just, I really didn't want to tell people what to do. And so been sitting here. So I built SolidStart with a few people from the community, especially Nikhil. Big shout out to Nikhil. And we tried to do the least amount of stuff possible and make every piece be able to be ripped out. But the sad reality of it is, even at the minimum, there's just so much you have to do. Deployment adapters, different platform support, mono repos, tooling, change. And I'm not gonna lie, the last few months for me has been just like fixing bugs on Windows and configs in Vite, rather than developing cool features. We developed the cool features, then released it, then we got real people using it, and then it's like, oh yeah, reality sits in, this is what maintaining a meta framework is. This is why these companies behind it. Even the most minimal do-nothing meta framework like SolidStart still has all of this infrastructure and orchestration behind it, and I'm just like, man, I'd rather be like making some really cool like approach or show people how the next architecture could work, rather than why this path doesn't work on Windows.
Exactly. Or worrying about some, your deploy to Vercel or Netlify broke, and you gotta go check that out. I mean, it's really like once you do that, your responsibilities all of a sudden move to all this like deployment and infrastructure problems, and you have no more time to iterate on the really great ideas that are pushing like forward the JavaScript ecosystem and like the UI ecosystem and actually building apps. Like, how much do we talk about deployment and building, and then we're like ignoring all of the fact that like none of our apps are ARIA compliant, and everybody's still complaining about styles and Tailwind and stuff. It's like, can we get back to like building apps?
Yeah, no, it's tricky, and it didn't matter. There's that whole. Some people might call it procrastination. People witnessed this whole thing my last year on stream or whatever. I literally was like dragging my feet, kind of. I was like looking at every framework and like being like, hey, are there solutions here? Are there patterns here? Things that I could learn that would basically allow me to keep Solid's unique reactivity and basically push the burden of having opinions on the end user, which is fine, because don't get me wrong, someone will make a more opinionated layer and package that up as well. Like someone will make like a redwood or something on top of what we've been doing with SolidStart. This will happen, or create T3 app. Like, I mean, that's already happened. Like create JD app. Like someone will do that, and if that's what they want to do, that's amazing, because then people can like trust that. But the thing is, opinions change at that level much quicker than they do at the core library level. And being an open source maintainer, community, I got to be realistic here. And I really like empowering the community. I really love. Yeah. Honestly, that when that tan stack query example came out on Twitter and it was put out, and it was just like, oh yeah, look, I just stuck this in Solid's route data, and it works with streaming, and like it works with data's automatic serialization. The end user does nothing. It just literally just works as if it was built into the framework. I was like, finally, like that's why I built all these pieces, was so that someone could literally take a library like tan stack query and it just work as if it were native. And I think this is really powerful if you understand what the primitives are there. So yeah, I mean, that's where I've been at. So I'm like sitting here, and Nikhil, been doing great work on SolidStart. He had, life happens. He actually moved back to India, and kind of, had to uproot his life, and kind of pack up and get adjusted and get to his new place. So I was sitting there with SolidStart, kind of mostly doing effort on my own. And Nikhil comes back and he's just like, man, you're still churning through these bugs. And I'm like, yep. So like you start kind of going, can we somehow combine our efforts? Can we somehow do better here? So like, people who, focus on one side, like the platform, they care about that, can work on that. People who want to do the glue, they can do that. People who want to do the architecture, like, can we do something? Because let's face it, like Next.js is a big elephant in the room. Not everyone's going to start a VC startup to like, come up with a competitor. It takes that on a meta framework. I think a core library could definitely be done independently. We've seen it multiple times from Vue, Svelte, but Solid's getting somewhere, but a meta framework like a Next.js, even SvelteKit, like, why do you think SvelteKit took a while? Like, it takes incredible amount of work and,
Yeah.
and company backing to do this. So that kind of really, I think, leads up to what's been going on and what we want to talk about today, unless there's anything else you want to add first, Tanner.
No, I mean, I will preface it with like 2 weeks ago, I came to you and I was like, dude, how did you build SolidStart? And you were like, painstakingly. And I remember what I say. I said, I don't want to build a meta framework. This is like the last thing that I want to do, the last thing I have time to do, But then, like, the thought was that, like, why is it so freaking hard? Like, why does it have to be this way? And it doesn't. It doesn't have to be this way because they're being built every month now. There's a new meta framework, right? And everybody's repeating themselves. So I think that's my preface to what we're gonna announce here.
Right.
So
yeah, and that, yeah, exactly, and that gives you context here, because what we're talking about, it's me and Tanner here today, because we're the ones kind of on the forefront of the products that we're talking about here. TanStack and SolidStart and whatnot. But there's actually a third partner in this, and we'll have him back on the show again in the near future as we start gets rolling. But what we're talking about is a combination of efforts between Tanner and TanStack, Solid Community and SolidStart, and Astro and the Astro community. So the three of us are all tackling parts of the problem, and what we realized is Astro is actually a company that is building a meta framework that is VC funded and actually has the work going in, who build the adapters, build the core pieces, and they build them on the web standards stuff. What we're all doing, we just keep on repeating the work, all the adapters.
yeah.
So,
But I'd say most importantly, though, they're building a meta framework without a single framework, right? They're just really building the meta part of it and not the framework part of it. You know what I mean? Which explains why we are so interested in working with them.
Right. So, what this means for those to understand is someone asked, is like this the end of SolidStart? No. SolidStart offers a very unique, important user experience, and in fact, we've brainstormed a lot of ways to combine efforts and realized that there's only certain places that we can. It doesn't make sense to completely combine it. But what we're talking about is a replatforming. Astro is the platform. It's like Vite plus, like if you want to think of it, you get all the power of Vite and Vite's plugin system, plus a set of deployment adapters, plus content collections, plus a bunch of tertiary stuff. You forget about the islands for a second. We're talking about a platform, a common platform for building on with meta frameworks. Like, it's actually it's that, and SSR. It's like it's basically Vite plus SSR. And the funny thing is, you all are probably expecting, oh well, let us, are we going to merge our router efforts and whatnot? And that is not actually the plan here. We're actually talking about two integrations that are basically sibling integrations built on Astro that are basically their own experiences but use a lot of the same pieces. We're talking about, I don't know if you're going to stay with this, but SolidStart and TanStack Start, which are both different targets because they have different needs. We might figure out how to share more and more stuff over time, but generally, SolidStart is built for Solid first-class citizen, built on Astro's core. We were actually able to lift the current SolidStart and just like swap out Astro, and like it basically just work already. Like all the stuff you've been using, SolidAuth, middleware, everything. It's the same product, except we get to benefit from that shared foundation. And similarly, on TanStack's side thing, I believe TanStack Start is actually a React specific or React Preact specific meta framework.
Yeah, and honestly, that's probably a big change from like the big hype video that I released at Jamstack Conf. So the scope is changing and really has already changed. because through all of this discovery and realization is that, framework and meta framework and router, they really are really tightly coupled. And while I truly believe in my heart that building agnostic tools is the way to go, this is one of those situations where building a router that's going to be available in any framework is probably going to produce a lower quality end result than if we were to just take the concepts that we have in 10 stack router and spread those concepts into other existing routers that are native to their frameworks. There's nothing saying that solid routers should not have completely type safe routing, better search param APIs, more flexibility around search validation. So, that's kind of where we're heading, is that, we don't have to combine the code to combine, the patterns and how
Right.
people approach building applications.
Yeah, that's the super excited part here, because like I didn't get to that yet, but Tanner just said he's going to help us get that type safety into Solid Router. We're happy with Solid Router because it works for Solid really well. It has the reactive model, and at the same time, Tanstack Router is morphing a bit because it gets to focus on React, do patterns that are best for React. Plus, I'm pretty happy with this because of the shared pieces actually align a lot closer to the patterns that we already use in Solid around data fetching and and loading patterns and just the way these pieces move together.
Yeah, and when you look at it this way, it's really not going to be that difficult to take the things that we've learned from building a fully type safe router that also feels good to use, and just bring those concepts over to an existing router that works great where it is. There will probably be some things that need to change or get better, different APIs as we go forward. But that's the whole idea, is that for me personally, React is great, and I support React as an ecosystem because it's really fun and it's really great, and I have a lot of invested stuff in React. But honestly, like I'm more excited about the fact that Tanstack Start and SolidStart are going to spiritually feel and look the same, that they're going to behave very, very similar. One will have signals and one will have immutability. And one for now is going to have, the type safety, and one is going to get that type safety soon. So we're unifying the underlying tools that we're going to be using to build these frameworks. And there's a couple of layers to that. Maybe we should talk about those layers.
Right. Yeah. We should get into those layers. But my last high level comment on here, because I like to, before we get talked about the layers for a second, is that the reason this is exciting to me is because it's not just these specific two products that we're working towards and this kind of shared effort and shared, moving forward. It's the philosophy of the Start projects also aligns with that philosophy for SolidStart that I started at the beginning, where it's about the minimalness of the pieces in the layer and it being all optional. It's important for me at least to push back against the concept of like you need a meta framework thing, and you can make that choice and what a meta framework means to you, but I am not going to with Solid say you can't use Solid without it. And I think that this approach keeps us very open to that reality and show that there's an alternative to being like, hey, you just go use Next or whatever. I'm not big on that mentality.
I'd also say too that it's not just about, it is about that, but it's also about, not being so binary with, either you're using an SPA or you're using, a meta framework, right? Like the lines there should be a little blurrier. You should be able to gradually adopt server-side technology, on a spectrum. of SPA to server side. And I think that's something that SolidStart has really nailed. And it's a pattern that we're going to be adopting for Tansec start as well.
Yeah, so yeah, let's talk about those pieces then. We talked about the Astro piece. I don't know if we have to go too much into that. Just know that they control the adapters, the build process through Vite, and what other cool features.
Server environment, you know, all the goodies that come with server environment and endpoints. You know, that's another interesting thing to talk about is that Next and Remix, you know, because they have to control everything top to bottom down to infrastructure and deploy. They needed to have a good story around building API endpoints as well. And this is something that Astro already has built in. You know, we don't need to worry about replicating that, which is one of the biggest reasons that I wanted to use Astro is because I don't want my router to have to also be a REST HTTP router. You know, hats off to Remix that they can do it, but it puts a lot of assumptions and a lot of constraints on the way you can architect your apps, and I just didn't want those. And by adopting Astro, we get that for free. So it's I'm really excited about that.
Right, and yeah, so that layer is, I think, pretty much self-evident. The other layer is the top of the stack. We'll talk about the middle last, I think, which is pretty clear if you've seen parts of SolidStart. We're talking about the router. We're talking about the framework like Solid or React itself. You all are familiar with those pieces. You can use TanStack router, which I guess is, in a sense, it's the next gen of React location. Like you know what that's like. Solid apps, you know, anyone who's de-gitted a template, they understand what that means. So that piece is the same. The router design is actually, for both of them, is converging on what I was talking about earlier, where Solid's loader pattern is isomorphic, and it leaves the data fetching details to you. It basically assumes that how you do loading is client side. Like it's a client side meant.
That's a really important distinction. Is something that the data loading, like the events and the life cycle of the data, is isomorphic and really always is isomorphic, and that's great. People make the mistake of saying, well, if it's isomorphic, then it can't possibly do just server as well, right? But that's where the other part of the tools come in, right?
Right. Yeah, and the middle glue between, you know, what Astro offers today. Like, don't get me wrong, we'll probably be helping Astro adding more to that layer. Is this idea that you've seen in SolidStart already, which is these compile-based macros, I want to call them. Stuff like the server $, and island $, and client $. And what these macros let you do is, and this is nuanced. Like, you have to actually think a bit about like the implications of different API choices here. But they basically let you take isomorphic code and to denote that, say, hey, this is client only or this is server only. Rather than changing the code itself, the existing ecosystem, forcing you to go around and modify all your files, it's saying, and this is actually aligns with Astro's philosophy of doing the imports of the islands. It's saying, here, I want to use this like this, and I'm going to denote it that way. Another idea we have here came from Tanner was split. Why can't we separate code split within inside the same file? Well, with these kind of powers at your disposal, you could literally build a whole application in a single file if you wanted to. Yeah, if you want to. I'm not saying you do, but the choice here is basically to get away from the fact of that a prescribed structure. Like, don't get me, you can choose, you know, you can build a file-based parser thing that generates code, like generates the right routes. You can take Next or Svelte kits, conventions or whatever, and do that. But this universal primitive approach means that you can also just stick the whole thing in one file and it works. And we're like 95% of the way there with SolidStart already, except for the code splitting on the router. So what we're talking about here is taking those macros, which get shipped out as basically a Babel or Vite plugin, essentially, and packaging them independently. Jokingly codename Bling because of all the $signs.
Yeah.
But like as a way that any framework built on Vite or whatnot. It's even Babel technically, but we could move away from Babel. Maybe we can look at different compilers when we get there. It's just a convenience right now. But basically, like you could just take any Vite framework. Like I don't know, is Analog in the crowd? Like and have this ability to do this sort of very powerful thing. Instead of saying like this is our use client that is React specific, we're saying, look, this is a pattern that you can use as a primitive across the whole ecosystem. And what's really cool about it is, as I mentioned, I just take handstack query or existing router loading pattern or anything that exists in the ecosystem and just go, oh no, I just want that to run on the server. Like that's all there is to it. It's you don't have to like re-architect your libraries around this stuff. It just works. It's just a nice little augmentation.
The way I like to look at it is, from my perspective, moving to something like signals is you're taking the coarseness of component and file boundaries of React, and you're going down to signals, which you get fine-grained reactivity, right? And hats off to the React team for going all use client, use server. That hopefully that pays off for the React ecosystem. I'm already kind of like jaded by it. I just think I don't really want to put use client, use server in all my files everywhere. But then you have, kind of this other camp that's like, well, it's all convention based, right? It's Next, it's Remix, and it's very strict conventions. This to me is spiritually similar to the move going into fine-grained reactivity. You're saying, what is the most complex and advanced use case of custom bundle splitting and compilation that we could imagine? And honestly, that use case is somewhere in the lines of SolidStart and like Qwik, right? Is that you're grabbing these tiny pieces of scope or scope and outer scope and little tiny boundaries inside of existing files. And you're able to just kind of code fence those and say split server client only island, right? And you are indicating to the compiler exactly how you want that code to be compiled with just a simple wrapper. And this is so important in my opinion, because you get so much of the great things of the ecosystem for free. You now get all of your type safety just kind of stays where it is. An identity function is all that's needed for these server $sign and split and stuff. So you get all that. You get to keep things in scope for TypeScript. And everybody knows that when you have things in scope for TypeScript, it's so much easier to infer types rather than having to import them from other files. And now you're getting into circular import problems, So you get to keep this amazing developer experience of having everything in a single file or just, together. But then at the end of the day, everything gets split out anyway. Ask anybody who's built a large app and how many files they create or have to create to do, proper bundle splitting and all the asynchronous imports that have to happen. And it's a lot of work, and a lot of the complexity of a large application comes from these patterns that have really been necessary up to this point,
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. There's a bit of an element here of like, if you like that structural patterns, you can still do it. People will build more opinionated stuff on top of this. They will do that and they'll be like, no, I don't like this. Good. Yep. Go ahead. Build, like set up, like, because it's just a Vite plugin. Yeah, just like make your own file system router. It doesn't take that long. Plug in, output the stuff. Like I remember, I mean, obviously you need to know a little bit what you're doing, but like you can just generate this. Vite makes it really easy with glob imports. Like side note, just go for it, and then enforce your pattern. But we're enabling all of it. Like that's the thing. Like it's okay to people have different opinions here. I think personally, I'm not even like 100% over on the co-location. Like when I see the server inlines in the middle of an event handler, sometimes I'm like, this is a little bit too much for me. But I tend to put them at the top of my file. It doesn't like this is a choice. We're making that a choice and making that a primitive, and I think that's really powerful when you can consider you could use it with anything. Like I just said, different projects have different goals. Being heavily opinionated has never been one of mine,
Yeah.
and I think
Yeah,
Tanner's
absolutely.
like on the same page on that.
Yeah. Just kind of staying out of opinions. Let's find the least common denominator and just start there. So that's exactly what we're doing here. Codename Bling is the least common denominator between SolidStart and TansecStart. And it unifies the patterns. It unifies the deploy platform. It does a lot of things while still letting everybody just kind of do whatever the heck they want.
Yeah, someone's mentioning the decorators are a good fit for these compiler macros. Yeah, in general, I think decorators would be. One of the challenges, obviously, is like syntax and stuff. Like you can't decorate a variable with decorators in JavaScript. Like you only works with classes. And like there's like certain things like that. Like that's the only reason why like it didn't quite fit ready. But I do when I talk about them, I do view these kind of like decorators. Like that is like mentality of things.
They're pretty much identity functions. A lot of them are. So they're a function where you're passing it another function that will get executed, in some different context. And so a lot of the time, it's just an identity wrapper. It's very, very similar to a decorator.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because like I don't know where this goes. Like there was a comment. Rich was talking about how like this line was just one line too far for him, Rich Harrison's felt, and someone was like, "Well, okay, I got a question for you then. You saying that the network should be a separate file?" He's like, "Should the difference between edge and not edge be a separate file? Should like is like." I talked about this in my article a bit about future, 2023 frameworks moving forward. But like my belief is people want this monolithic architecture experience. It's always easier when you have like put the stuff closer together. Like sure, split stuff out where it makes sense, but artificial boundaries are bad. And what ends up happening is we're going to build monolithic apps in these frameworks, and then they're going to be distributedly deployed. There's some of the stuff's going to go to the edge, some of the stuff's going to go next to the data center, some of the stuff's going to like different types of processing, some of the stuff's only end up in the client. This is kind of like the new norm. And there's a question: maybe you can build a compiler smart enough to automate that process. And I think, in a sense, if you want to understand Qwik's longer term mission, that is part of their long term mission.
Yeah.
This idea is kind of similar idea but it's just more explicit. It's just saying like this gives you maybe I'm not suggesting that we're going to add an edge $sign, but I'm just saying like maybe there is a sort of like explicitness of being able to manage execution computation along these lines. Like understand, hey, this is how we approach or design applications. Like we don't know what the emergent patterns will be, but having primitives to be able to control or experiment with that, I think is really, really, really powerful.
Yeah, I agree. It opens up the door for so many things too. Being able to push code into surface workers or push code into web workers. You can really start to get creative with where these primitives could go. And the more that the ecosystem shares, the better.
Yeah. We're still working on the patterns. There's a lot of comments in chat coming in, kind of be like, "Let's make splitting serverless functions much easier." Potentially, I mean, this is actually one of the problems that I've been trying to figure out, and I don't know an answer to. Like API routes are kind of obvious, but there's this whole question around like, cold starts are consideration. A large app on a serverless has cold start issue generally. Like you have to load the whole app.
Yeah.
How do we approach distributing it? I think there's caching considerations. I think there's stitching considerations because like do you use multiple workers and then have them all stream through the same worker? I think we're going to be figuring out a lot of those pieces over the next year or so. And this is all kind of aligning on that if you're kind of that's where your mind is coming from. Power of next to everyone. Yeah, I mean that's another way of looking at it, I suppose.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the power of next for everybody. I don't know, maybe if you can look at it that way. The way I look at it is that you get the power and ability you get the power of a center stack API, a term that's been floating around. I think the Remix team, honestly, have been using that term a lot, is center stack, right? And it's the idea that, even if you're proxying an API that your backend team's building, at least you have the capability to call into a server environment to do server things, right?
Yeah.
But without all of the overhead now of having to create an API route or create, a special route with a loader or something like that. You just do it right inside of your code, which is not very different from what the React team is envisioning with React Server Components.
Yeah. I mean, these are all, see, everyone's working towards the same common goal. Like, you see, like, I didn't know that the React team was going to release server functions last week, or like do that, but like, it's not surprising to me that they would, right? Like, and Remix is talking about how they can make their loaders more fine-grained, and like Qwik added server functions last week. Like, I don't, like, some people kind of been getting really defensive in this area to a certain degree. They're like, I invented nested routing or whatever, or like server functions or whatever. And it's like, no, everyone is kind of coming at this independently. Like, Next getting nested routing was obvious to people paying attention. Like, it would happen like 3 years ago. Like this was just an inevitability. It wasn't because
people
anyone
asked
else did
for it. People asked for nested routing from Next, like, months after it came out. So it's very rare that ideas these days are new or original. I mean, you might have a unique take or a unique version of an idea. But once we all realize that, I will be honest. I'll be the first to admit that I've stayed away from meta frameworks and doing, anything that would honestly resemble Remix or Next, because I didn't want to feel like a copycat. But at the end of the day, I want those same types of features. I want to be able to have a center stack app and meta framework ability. And at the end of the day, it's not about who came up with what idea or not. Eventually, if an idea is good enough, everyone's going to have it. Yeah. And that's the way it should be. Going back to that quote that you made from Dan, right? Is that good ideas should survive beyond their implementations. That's the whole point. And nested routing, and hopefully this server boundary compile stuff is going to be another one of those ideas.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. I'm excited about this. I think this wasn't what people might have expected, to a certain degree. Like, were you expecting us to say that TanStack Start was not going to support stuff outside of React? I don't know if anyone expected that, but I think that what we're doing here is sharing effort. So making a meta framework, or a minimal meta framework, is actually palatable. And I think when you consider the Astro angle as well, this gets really exciting, because you get all of Astro's benefits around it too. Like, next thing you know, you've got your app sitting next to your content site, when you've got an MPA, and you've got like the potential.
Somebody just asked for a demo. You mind if I can show a demo? It won't work, but I'll demo the code. I'll demo.
We can do something quick here. Yeah, sure. Why not? People want to see code. You try sharing your screen. I hope that it works right away. You got a Mac probably, and it's probably until you restart. Oh no, we're in. Good. Add to stream. Here you go. Are you ready?
Yeah. See my screen?
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Yeah. This is the basic example from TanStack Router, and right now it's all client side, so it's not doing any server side fetching at all. We've got some just Axios calls here that are fetching some posts from the JSON placeholder API. In TanStack Router, there's this concept that it doesn't handle any of the data, so we're bringing in the TanStack React Loaders library, which is like a microscopic version of React Query, and we're going to put our fetch functions into those loaders. And then when we get down into our routes, like, let's look at the posts route that fetches all the posts.
It's funny because this is all in one file, and while this makes it really easy right now while you're working through it, like, people in real apps will probably break this up a little bit more.
Yeah, and thankfully we have this same example but in a multi-file, so you can go kind of see how it changes. But yeah, so the post route, we're getting our parent route, we have our path, and then we have our loader here. And right now what we're doing is we're grabbing our post loader that we created up above. Yeah. We are making sure that it loads before we load our route. This is something actually that I just did today. We're actually returning a curried function, or not curried, we're encapsulating a hook inside of our loader and returning that so that we can use it later inside of our component right here. So right now, that's beside the point. But right now, this just works on client side, right? Now, if we wanted to make this work on server side, it's like, well, okay, isn't the loader server side? No. All of this is still isomorphic. If we wanted to actually fetch our posts on the server, it actually has nothing to do with the code that's happening right here. We would need to go back to our posts loader, and we would need to change something up here. So in this fetch posts function, instead of calling this on the client, we're actually just going to call this on the server. And this isn't going to work because I don't have Bling installed here.
Yeah.
But by wrapping this function with server, we are now going to be calling out our PC style to our backend, executing this function in the server environment scope, and then the results are going to get serialized back down to us wherever we're using it. So the rest of our application really has no idea that it's being split out. It doesn't need to. All it knows is that it's a promise and it's going to get fulfilled with some data. And this server function, for all intents and purposes, I just want to type this out. Let's declare a function server, and this is going to take a function defunc, and it's going to return the return type of tfunc, just like this. Return type tfunc extends. It can't really have, it could have args, so we'll give some args there. And we got to wrap that up.
Yeah. I was going to say for those. Yeah, keep on going, sorry.
There we go. So this is what the types will look like for a server func. And you'll see it. What we get back is the result from what's going to happen on the server. It's a promise that resolves post type. And let's see, function fetch posts. This actually should return a function that gets called, returns that. So it's basically just a proxy. So now all of our types are back to normal, and that's exactly how it's going to work. You won't have to do this in your own code. But the server function, you just wrap it up. So we can do it again with our fetch post here. You'll just wrap this up in server.
Yeah. And for those,
everything stays the same.
And for those who aren't familiar, this is already how SolidStart works. This is what we introduced when we introduced SolidStart. So we've already seen this pattern be used to really good effect with Solid the last several months. And why not everyone? The types just work straight through, right? And as I said, we're still going to find the best conventions and stuff to do it, but
thanks, mate.
Okay, are TypeScript people out in full effect?
Yeah. Hey, I didn't have time. This is on the fly, people. You gotta give me a break.
Yeah. So, no, sorry, yes, Dev. It's because SolidStart kept all solid conventions, and then it added this layer that's actually framework agnostic. A lot very similar to what we're doing with SolidStart, and that's why these are companion projects. We're going to get a bit from Tanner's work on the router to get better type safety in the router, and we're going to share stuff like Astro base core and the Bling primitives, so to speak.
Yeah, it's very likely that we'll probably see Astro start to take advantage of the Bling.
Right, exactly. Because Astro itself is server templating language. It doesn't really care about Bling. But now suddenly, because it's adjacent, you'll be sitting there and you'll be like, oh, I got a Preact island in Astro and I want to talk to the server. Why don't I just drop one of these in here?
Yeah. If you like it, you should have put a ring on it, right? That should be the tagline.
Yeah. No, there we go. If you like it, you should put a ring on. Yeah, this just writes itself. But yeah, so yeah, shameless Beyonce plug.
Yeah.
Yeah, so people excited? We got a couple more minutes, but did any questions for Tanner? Because Milo is going to be joining us very shortly to talk about reactivity. But I just had to get this out here because it was leaking anyways.
And I probably have like another 5 minutes. So
Yeah. Any questions for Tanner here before we let him go, or in general? People seem pretty hyped just reading the comments in chat.
Yeah, I see one about file routes there. So right now, TanStack router does not have file-based routing. We had a version of it for an older API, and we might bring it back. I'm actually waiting to see how much of that we can take from what Ryan has done in SolidStart. Type safety across file-based routing is actually really difficult because it requires with compilation, with build time stuff going into a bundle, after you build it, the types don't matter, but with TypeScript they do, and the API for TypeScript is files. So you actually end up needing something that could generate .dts files, or even actually regenerate your code to allow you to import those types into a type safe way. So we'll see. I think it's going to come back in some form or another. I want it to, and I know that there's ways to do it. It just takes a little bit of work. So
yeah, and the thing is, as long as you have the thing to generate to, there's a lot of things at our disposal. Like one of the things you were doing with TanStack router file routing was you wanted to make it bundler agnostic. So like there's some considerations there, whether how much you need to cater to that versus cater to Vite, and basically the ecosystem.
I know of a way to do it now that wouldn't require totally cloning the application structure. We could just use it with a giant like a d.ts file, and it actually wouldn't be too difficult to generate that file. So that's probably where we're going, using something like SolidStart's file-based routing in combination with like a Vite watcher that will generate some d.ts files for you.
Right. Yeah. No. And that sounds pretty cool. And yeah, there's just so much that we can do with these tools once we get them rolling. Sorry, I saw someone asking a question about
anywhere we can watch progress on Bling or TanStack Start. I'm tracking my progress with the router and Start in my Discord under the router and Start channels. Ryan will have to tell you where they're doing their progress.
Yeah, we have a SolidStart channel in Solid Discord, obviously. And yeah, what I wanted to mention, just because we didn't talk about it, is like there's other patterns that come from the server functions that we haven't, like, that could get into TanStack. That's really cool. Like Solid has like progressive enhanced forms, like the remix experience, whatever. This doesn't have to be tied. Like the details have to be tied to Solid because like the forms have to be in Solid, but the pattern of it using server functions could be generalized in a sense. So I just wanted to kind of put that there. Like, that's just a library. Like once you have this primitive, you're just like, oh, now I want to make an action kind of primitive that invalidates and works with progressive enhanced forms. Well, that's just a library. It doesn't need to be built into the framework now because of this. And you can just be like, oh, and we will just put a server call here. Done.
Yeah.
Like, so like people asking for that kind of stuff. Yeah. Like there you go. Like we can make ports of like Solid's like route data and route action primitives to use in TanStack Start as well. And then there you go.
I totally plan on doing that, by the way. We're going to have we're going to hopefully have some of those abstractions that'll let you do, progressive enhancement all you want, forms and everything. So a couple more questions before I got a jet in like 2 minutes. Somebody asked what product I use in my hair. I just wash it and condition it. That's it. Sorry. API routes in TanStack Start. You might have missed this at the beginning, but we talked about that. Astro already has API routes built into it. So we're not going to need to expose API routing in TanStack Start itself. It'll just be routing solely for your UI.
Yeah.
Generate dynamic types. Does it make sense to use with Qwik? Not really, for the same reasons that we decided it wasn't worth trying to build TANSEC router for Solid. Is that it wouldn't ever take full advantage of the framework level things that are there, and make sense for everybody else at the same time. Hopefully, I've already reached out to who did I reach out to over quick? I can't remember.
Manus, Steve,
no,
Misko.
I've talked to I've talked to Steve and Misko, and we're both really excited about the type safe routing, similar to what I've offered to Ryan. I plan on doing for Qwik as well, to just kind of be able to help them navigate the full type safety that everybody really needs, honestly.
It's not rip the solid adapter if you're talking about this. Islands still exist in Astro, right? Like, this is the crazy thing. This is just like another integration level thing with Astro, right? Like, you could literally have like a TanStack start app, a SolidStart app, and an islands content page in your Astro project, all next to each other, just handling different parts of the route. You could literally picture this: take your next app, in most of its entirety, move that over to Astro, maybe convert it, maybe something like it's a single page app, so get the benefits of TanStack, start, and then maybe you're like, I want to do some pages in Solid instead of in React. Then fire up some SolidStart in there, this can all just live next to each other, right? If you want to. And there's a certain thinking of like, oh, isn't that expensive? But the thing is, like, these are separate apps, separate pages, separate, things. Like, this isn't about putting React and Solid necessarily on the same page. Although, like, the ideas of here with Astro got my mind like thinking, because Astro is one of the only compilers or build tools that supports two types of JSX in the same project. So in theory, if you really wanted to, you could probably take a React app and we could probably figure out how to put solid islands inside a React app. Yeah, okay, so fine. This is a pretty cool migration tool, but I mean, that's not the only like consideration here. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot you can do because of the shared Astro platform.
Yeah. The last question I'll answer before I gotta go. Somebody said, is TanStack start the name for this? And I saw another question about what's the difference. The TanStack router is going to stay all the router code. TanStack start is going to be a new package that we make that is going to hold, hopefully, all of the framework or the SSR specific stuff. So if we do like actually, it might not even be called TanStack start. Maybe that'll just kind of be the brand around all the tools. But we're going to have head utilities for managing head and meta. There's going to be utilities around forms, actions, really anything else that pertains mostly to like an SSR environment. So still up in the air, but I mean, I honestly would really like to keep it named TanStack Start. It pays homage to where we're getting a lot of the ideas, and it just shows really how aligned we want to be with these projects and their outcomes. So
yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Tanner.
Progressive enhancement too. We want to get there just as much as everybody else. So
yeah, I mean, this stuff, it won't be difficult with the tools we're putting together. Anyways, yeah, sorry, we kept you longer than I expected, and Milo's like sitting in the wings here. So we're gonna let Tanner go. Thank you so much for joining us. This is so exciting time.
Yeah,
anything you want to shout out before you head off?
Not that I haven't already.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much, Tanner. Talk again soon. Thanks. See ya. All right, that was awesome, wasn't it? We're still figuring out where to sort all the packages and stuff, right? And move things because of, like, obviously with like a lot of the stuff, like the Bling stuff, is already in SolidStart, and we need to probably take it out of the Solid specific repo to make it more universal. I think some people will see Solid on it and be like, oh no, I don't want to use it, that's Solid. There's always like a little riffing between the frameworks, so an agnostic place will make a lot of sense. What are you sharing, Dev? I'm gonna open it off screen first, just in case, because I don't want to be caught unaware here. Okay, I like this. Let me pull this across. All right. All right. Sorry. Let me just switch my view here for a second. Oh no, I guess I got to add my screen back to the stream. I like that. That's awesome. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, that was huge news. So we probably need a second here to switch gears, but now you can see kind of what we've been working on, because truth of the matter is we tried a lot of stuff. We tried to bring reactive core into the router and like try and like optimize, but like there is a world of difference. We're going to find patterns that make these things work even tighter and nicer together over time. But I think the really obvious thing is that there is probably a need for solutions like this in the space, and I'm very excited. I think working together like this is probably the only way that a bunch of independent pieces can fit together and us actually accomplish what we need. This is an insurmountable amount of work. There are companies funding meta frameworks, like directly as their thing. That like, how could a bunch of like individuals across ever kind of compete with that? Like, let's face it, you can't. So I think it's the best thing we can do is work together and see, what we can build. Yeah. I mean, there's an acknowledgement here that I want to point out, is that sometimes things aren't easy to share, and we shouldn't like try to force, the square peg in this round hole, so to speak. Like, I think this is a fairly, I think that this is like just acknowledging that there are differences and figuring out reasonable places to break it apart and make sense. Right? We do reinvent the wheel a lot here, and that's okay, because when we reinvent the wheel, we build it better each time. It does require some change. It does, pushing, but yes, once SolidStart version 1 comes, this change is going to destabilize things a little bit again. This is why I've been hesitant a bit on SolidStart timing, because I kind of this has been coming together for several weeks now, especially when I was sitting there fixing all the bugs. Mostly, I can't impress the importance of the contributors coming in and helping make this thing a reality. So I'm not going to say by myself, but to a certain degree, like, it felt like a lot, as a maintainer working on multiple projects at the same time and being like, this one needs more love than I can give at this point. So, this is all going to be part. It's good. This is just beneficial for everyone, right? Because you see, it's we get more people on the Astro project. Astro will benefit from that. We get this kind of framework core stuff lifted off of us. Closer work with Tanner means that the ecosystem and the libraries will flow just that much smoother between us. Which is really beneficial for Solid, right? We're already kind of seeing it in the fact that, like, in a lot of ways, like, Solid Query works better with Solid than it does with other frameworks, just simply because of the way like we've been able to integrate. And all these pieces come together, I think, is really beneficial to all the parties. All right. Anyway, let's switch gears and get to the next thing, because I've been keeping Milo waiting for like 15 minutes now. And for those who don't know, main part that I want to talk about for the stream here is I want to talk about reactivity, because signals are super hot right now, if I'm going to say, and we should talk more about them and a lot of the most recent work. So I'm, without any more further ado, I haven't tested his mic. We didn't have a chance to do any of the kind of pre stuff. I'm going to actually welcome Milo onto the stream right about now. How you doing, Milo?
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Awesome.
It is working, yeah. So many of you probably don't know Milo. He's kept a rather low profile, and it makes sense because he is a first-year university student. But he's been around the Solid ecosystem for a number of years now. So, Milo, why don't you introduce yourself and then talk maybe a little bit of how you first got involved with our project?
Yeah. So thank you for the introduction. I found Solid a few years ago when, like, from one of Ryan's articles, uh, and was super excited about like the performance, the simplicity, uh, and the design of Solid. And sort of ever since then, I've been working to find cleaner ways to streamline the core and make Solid the best it can be.
What are some of the, just so because people don't know, what are some of the projects that you've been deeply involved with around the Solid ecosystem that people should credit your work towards?
So I guess one of the first things I wrote with Solid was an early renderer that has since mostly been deprecated. But I guess my main focuses right now are on the Solid Playground and the new Solid core, nicknamed
Right.
X Reactivity, that
Yeah,
top
yeah.
secret
Yeah.
core that was seen on one of the previous streams.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he kind of like just waved it under, but you know how Solid has a JSX compiler and has a HyperScript and a HTML. Dan Jutan actually did a great video this week explaining how you can use Solid without a compiler. Milo's like first thing he did was like, oh hey, I think we could make like a version of HyperScript that is as performant as the JSX compilation. And he just like came into the project and was like, here, look, I wrote a whole other renderer. I mean, right away, I was like, wow, like someone just like picked that up that quickly. And I said this was like 2019, I want to say, or 2020. Yeah. Yeah. So this was a very long time ago. Since then, he's been on the project. Playground is our internal name for the REPL that everyone uses. It was started by Alexander, but Milo's majorly taken it on, including doing the most recent rewrite. Right, so that's like the REPL that you see on our website. You see on the playground itself, the whole code editor, which is quite an interesting piece of engineering because you got to be building stuff in the browser to make it work. You also were working, I think, a bit with the Stack Blitz people on the container stuff for a bit. We haven't released our version of that, but all the tooling around there, really amazing work.
And now the future of the Solid core is what we're.
Yeah. I'm building it up here. You know, you want to just kind of jump straight to the chase here, because clearly I'm much more on the storyteller and building a narrative thing. I'm going to do a bit more introing on this in that. Let's flash back to about last summer. Milo's like looking at our reactivity, and he's like, you know what, Ryan, I think we can do this thing a lot better. And it was around the time of like the 1.5 release, because I was finally explaining to everyone how batching worked and how like propagation worked, and there's a lot of confusion. People didn't understand Solid's algorithm, which is kind of weird because it's kind of like a bastardized hybrid between a bunch of stuff. I'm not always the most algorithmic programmer. So what had happened was I started from one base, decided I didn't like what it did, and just changed it to do what I wanted it to without the kind of like academic rigor that people care about. But I did have a rigor. I benchmarked the crap out of it. So I made sure that it was fast. Not that and that essentially made a weird place because I solved problems as I hit them, without losing performance, but it meant that I had inadvertently kind of come up with a different change pattern than I guess a lot of other frameworks had done because of this weird hybridization between SJS and like kind of like MobX, but not using their algorithm directly. Milo came in, quite rightly and was like, I think we could clean this up a lot. I don't know. Do you have any comment on that, Milo? But it's fine. We can push this forward a little bit. And sure enough, a couple months later, I guess you worked on it over the summer. I'm talking about reactively here specifically.
Yeah, I guess I did
There we go. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. So over the summer, I started looking at different implementations of reactive framework. So how MobX was implementing it versus how SJS was implementing reactivity. And I even looked at how different frameworks in Rust were implementing this. So there's a framework in Rust called Salsa, which is how Rust's incremental compiler works. And all of these frameworks have the same idea of we have this data and we want to propagate it through a graph efficiently and do as little work as possible to make it to run your computations along the graph. And they all had variations of similar algorithms. So Solid had a algorithm using dirty marking and a queue system. MobX had a different algorithm of marking, and same with Salsa. And among all of these algorithms were these differences between laziness and eagerness, and how changes propagated. So what I was trying to think about was how can we make this as simple as possible? So I started with like a couple of basic ideas of we want a reactive core that is consistent, that is performant, and that is simple to use. And so those were sort of where I was coming at with reactively.
Yeah. For those, I'm actually going to post his article in chat, and I'm going to actually pull it up while we're talking here, because what I love about this article, this is a bit later, this is after when Milo was ready to share it, was that he doesn't just talk about his library reactively. He actually explains how the algorithms work in multiple popular libraries. But sorry, I'm actually going to... You can continue, Milo. I just wanted to kind of get this out there so people have a little bit more context of what we're talking about. Because actually, let me show on the screen quickly a code example from Reactively. Right, because if I understand this, essentially, you just called everything reactive, right? So
yeah,
reactive.
So that was one of the experiments in trying to make reactivity simpler is, can we make everything work like a spreadsheet where everything is just a cell, a reactive cell? And so I tried making a reactive node. So you have, say, a user, nth user is just a reactive node with the variable 10. Then we can have reactive functions that that use other reactive variables, and you can call those reactive functions.
Sorry, not what I was meaning to open up. Okay, we'll get back there later. Okay, continue.
And so one of the ideas that I started with was, if everything is lazy, we can actually simplify effects. So effects in our computations that are automatically rerun when the data changes.
Does Reactively even have effects?
It does.
Okay.
They're a little hidden.
Okay.
But it does have effects.
Okay.
The reason effects are so separated from reactively is that at its core, a reactive system is mostly about not evaluating things. You could start with the idea of just trying to rerun everything and then not evaluate a few things. And so what reactively does is it says effects are just saying we can rerun the things that we depend on, and if they don't change, then we just shouldn't run them. So the idea of an effect is just something that we run whenever anything changes, and memoization will take care of almost all of the rest.
Right. And I think we got to like stop a moment here in the sense of like we've used a lot of terms. that are great if you've watched my previous streams where I've dug into reactivity, but you're probably like, okay, well, what are we talking about here exactly? And I actually love that in the beginning of the article, you actually make the most simple example here, and it really illustrates the problem quite well of talking about the difference between a lazy and eager propagation, right? Because this ABCD, or as we classically call the diamond problem, is kind of something that signals solve. Like when you have people have been asking me all week about pub sub versus signals, about oh, what if I use Jotai or whatever, like these other kind of systems. If synchronization is important, they will find a way of debouncing like multiple channels coming in, whether it's React scheduler or whatever, with those state libraries. But signals handle that innately themselves. In this little diagram, for people to understand, A is a signal, and then so you can pretend this is like I don't know, a count, and then B is some derived state, like let's pretend double count. So this is always double what A is. And C is some different derived state. Maybe it's triple count. It doesn't really matter what it is, but these depend on what A is. So count, double count, triple count. And then D might be an effect that console logs the sum of B and C. And the thing is, there's different thinking into how we make sure that we execute all of these parts once, because you might be looking like, okay, like how does a system know that when you change A, that we should be executing B and C before D, essentially? Like, because like if you're being really naive, you might be, and this is kind of like a push-based kind of thing that we talk about, is you go, okay, A has changed. Who depends on A? It's a list of B and C. So you might be go, okay, well, then I will update B, and then I'll update C. But there's a problem right here. When you go to update B, you go, oh well, but who listens to B? D does. So if you go and run D, and at this point C hasn't been updated yet. So there's this like awkwardness in general, and there are some systems that don't solve for this because they'll go A, B, D, C, D. They'll execute D twice because essentially they don't get to it until they evaluate C. Am I making sense to people in the chat so far? Are you all following? I'm gonna need a head nod or like some kind of indicator in chat. Okay, thank you. Do you have anything that am I doing a good job, Milo, of explaining the basic problem?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess there more basic than that is just like reactivity libraries let you write these computations that depend on each other, and that's sort of the most fundamental primitive. Is we can write a function B that depends on A and should rerun when A changes, or not rerun when A doesn't change.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So, yeah, and I didn't actually produce the code I described, but if you were to actually go into Solid or something, and why is this hanging off the screen? Sorry, that's okay. Okay. And if I was to kind of just go in here and just be like, okay, import, create signal, create memo, and create effect. These are the three primitives for Solid for this, but you're going to find these kind of primitives pretty much in any library. What I just described here, I love when the playground does that, okay, is that if we had const count equals create signal. Actually, I mean, I can also just use the numbers here. And then we'd have what? Const B equals create memo. I said it was double count, right? A times 2. And then const C equals create memo A times 3. And then create effect console log b plus c. We've kind of just described our problem. This is 0, and then at some point later, you can see this in the log at 0. I'm going to set a, which I haven't exposed yet, to 2. Okay, so let's set a, and it should only log twice. Once initially when it's created, and when we update it to, even though that this forks in logic, like it runs, what's going to happen is D will only evaluate after it has both the correct values for B and C. In Solid's case, it's actually a little bit more fun in that sometimes C hasn't been actually calculated at the time we run it, and when we go to ask for the value of C is the point at which it actually does it. And that's what I mean by push and pull. We're gonna have to visualize that, I think, in a minute. But maybe we should start with lazy versus eager, because I think that's probably an easier topic.
They're very connected, though.
They are very connected, because, yeah. So how did you describe it here? I actually really like what you did in the article. A lazy library will recognize that the user is asking to update D, and will first ask B, then C to update, then update D after B and C updates have been computed. Right. So in a perfectly lazy library, what you would do is actually start from D, essentially. So when A changes, know that through this web of things, there is a D. And when you get to D, go, oh, D depends on B and C. So I'm going to run B, then run C, and then get my D. Whereas an eager library will see that A has changed, then tell B to update, then C to update, and then basically both of these each will actually tell D to update. And that's why there's complexity here, because if you're pushing stuff down, you don't want it to execute A, B, D, C, D. Okay. So I don't know. How should we take this next, Milo? Should we like draw some stuff? Do you think? Does it make sense?
Yeah, I guess, there's a little more we can do with this diamond as well. I've seen a couple of questions in the chat about why you can't just do a breadth first search, or why laziness isn't just memoization. So I guess like those are the first ideas that come up when you see this diamond and you say, how do you prevent D from being updated too soon? Or how do you efficiently cache some node at the top? Like if A was a function, like if you just made D, B, C, and A all functions, you would call it and it would automatically be lazy. And if you just memoized all the functions, it would seem like everything should work. And similarly, if you just evaluate breadth first, it seems like that should avoid over-evaluating D. So these, at first glance, these do seem like easy problems to solve.
Yeah. I will say something here. Breadth first was a solution and something that I actually used in Solid for quite some time. Breadth first has one awkward detail, though. And that is that when you initially create the code, it runs depth first, not breadth first. In this simple example, you're like, yeah, no, what are you talking about? It's like this is breadth first. So you have to declare B and D. But like when you actually talk about like wider graphs, and like when you start like building it out rather than just the simple case, multiple sets of dependencies, like things that depend on A and B. Like sometimes it's not a single signal that changes; it's multiple signals that change at the same time, and you have to have the same guarantees. When you start talking about that, so now you're changing an A and B, and they converge, somewhere down. What you'll find is like it's kind of like your component tree. You'll actually you'll I'm trying to think of show this with JSX, but you go down your component tree on a specific side before you do the next side. Like the breadth first was actually causing a lot of issues because stuff on update would run differently than stuff on create.
Yeah, and this is also a difference with when you start nesting things. This breadth first, this is a good explanation of why breadth first doesn't work here. If you have a, do you want to pull up Excalidraw?
Yeah, let's do it.
Shared.
Should we? Oh, you got like the shared Excalidraw.
Yeah, here.
All right, let me see there. Milo, where are you? Okay, the one you shared earlier.
Yeah, that should work.
All right, here we are. This is cool.
Yeah, first time trying live Excalidraw. So what can happen is we can start creating a graph like this, and then we'll have to create edges. Let's see if we can do this. Does this work? And more edges. So as we start to fill out these edges, if we go and update,
I love playing with Excalidraw and having it
just magically works.
You want this too, right?
Yep.
All right.
So now as we update A first, and then we have, it will go and update B, which is.
It's okay. I got the letters. It's fine. C,
Double click on them.
D, E. Okay, there we go.
So we go and we update A. So A gets updated. Then we go and we update B, and we update C. So this is our breadth first approach. And now our breadth first approach might update E first, because it's on the same next level, and then update D. And suddenly we're running into a problem where we have to update E again.
Yes. Yeah, this would have been clearer if we drew the second node on the other side first, because we're kind of going left to right. But yes, the order of how we drew it is not terribly important here. What there's just that. Yeah, exactly. If we moved it that way, it might be more obvious. This joint Excalidraw thing is wild.
Let's try it. Okay.
White. But yeah, like breadth first is not sufficient. We have talked a bit about this. I think in the past on one of my streams about the propagation. On this, I don't know how far we're going to get on. Like, I guess we need to start here on the basic idea, because I do want to talk a little bit about how we go, like what does reactively's approach do differently? Because the reason I wanted to talk about this in general and bring you on the stream, Milo, is that there's been a trend in my mind. A lot of reactivity was very push-based originally. A lot of the RX stuff is all push-based. Even our hybrid push-pull was still mostly push. And what I've seen over time is a trend towards more pull-based. It's still push-pull. We still notify in a push manner, but we execute on a pull manner at our discretion. It's scheduled. And I think that's the key thing here. If people want to understand the future of reactivity, because they might look at like Solid today and not like quite understand the implications of that or how it works. So
yeah, well, and so like push-pull is really what you have to do to get the efficiency that we want. And I'll sort of unpack that as we go along. So one of the first things that comes up, one of the first differences between Solid and reactively is what happens when you have not just one output node at the bottom like E here, but also a secondary node, say this node F. And this node F, maybe we want to reevaluate, maybe we don't. Sometimes we just want it to be fully lazy. And by default, right now, Solid is always eager. So if we update A, B, C, D, E, and F will all update as well. And for a library that renders directly to the screen, that's almost always what you want. That prevents inconsistencies where the data has changed and you see something that's outdated because the screen hasn't updated. But there's also times where that gives you too strong of a guarantee. And what you really want, for example, let's consider if you have a virtualized list where you have hundreds of these nodes here, like hundreds of nodes E that are connected, and only a couple of them are on screen at once. So if the screen is currently just displaying, say, these two, we definitely don't need to update E or F. But by default, an eager reactive system will go through, it'll look at A, it'll update B, C, D, and all of the E's and the F, regardless of whether or not they're actually used.
Right.
And so one of the things that we're looking at is how do we only update the things that are used that we really want to update. And this starts with transitioning the core of the reactive system to be lazier. So the way Solid works right now, it'll always, for no matter what kind of nodes these are, A, B, C, so if these are memos, if these are computeds, effects, they will always get updated. And the reframing that reactively thinks about is if we instead pretend that everything should be lazy by default, and at the end, we just call the things that we need. So what we end up with is a system that that looks almost like memoized functions. E is just a function that you can call, and if its inputs haven't changed, then it won't reevaluate. And that's what's at the heart of a memo. And implementing that is a little tricky because of this the problem of what happens when an intermediate node doesn't change. And we can get to that a little later.
Right, because one of the main reasons that push is really easy or eager is really easy is that if you get to a point and you go, hey, this didn't update, then like you basically cut off the rest of the stuff. These never get flagged. They never need to know to update. And to be fair, Solid still does a little bit of work there, and I think most reactive libraries do. But in general, you can visually see that, hey, A changed, go. C doesn't change, don't need to tell E. And it's a bit different if you actually have to always tell E and then decide if E runs or not. Like, sorry, I hope I explained that in a very... I hope that's a reasonable explanation.
Yeah, so like with a push library, we're controlling the notification of these downstream arrows. That's like sort of why these arrows are pointing down, is because A changes and it decides, oh, let's go run this arrow here, or let's go run this arrow here. And when A goes to rerun, it knows whether or not it's changed and can just decide, oh, let's not run these arrows here. Whereas with a pull library, you're asking E to rerun, or potentially rerun. So whether or not, like, it might seem like you just need to run E to even know that it depends on C. And that would be a problem, because then you'd be running E unnecessarily every single time, and you wouldn't really be able to memoize anything.
Right. Because, yeah, I mean, this is the natural question here. How do you even know which E's, like, that you have to even run E later in the first place? Like, one of the benefits of reactivity is that it's automatic. That, like, you change a value, everything that updates knows to update. So if we're decoupling that so that you have to actually, if it's like purely lazy, like in a sense, React is purely lazy, right? Because React goes, hey, set state, rerun some components, figure it out yourself. How is this different than that?
So the difference is in solving that, like, don't rerun if C changes. So solving that is sort of how we allow ourselves to be lazy. And to do that, we actually stop being lazy. We have two phases. And so the most efficient reactive renderers all have to be a hybrid between push and pull, which is interesting. Like, you would think that we're just calling functions. We shouldn't need to do any pushing from the top. Or if we are doing pushing from the top, like, we shouldn't need to do any pulling from the bottom. But it turns out that we need both to support this idea of these. We only want to rerun these two nodes here, and we don't want to rerun them if C and D haven't changed. So yeah, the way we do this is with this hybrid push-pull system.
At a high level, follow the push is like a dirty marker, right? You called it a coloration.
Yeah, I find it kind of like, when visualizing these graphs, it's nice to color everything. That way we sort of intuitively see what's going on. So we have, as A changes.
Do we want to use this graph, or do we want to make a simpler graph to demonstrate this?
Sure. I mean, the complicated graph doesn't really make things that different, does it?
Okay.
So
let's go.
So we start with A. So A changes. So let's say A becomes red. Then maybe the first thing we might think of is, let's just mark everything that's dirty. So we go through and we ask. So we mark A, B, C, and so on and so forth throughout the entire graph. And that way, if we have some node that's over here that's outside of the range, we like, if we have a node G that isn't dependent on A, it doesn't actually need to get marked. It's only the downstream nodes that get marked here.
Right.
And this system works mostly. It doesn't handle the case where.
So just so that I understand, in this system, what we're talking about is you would basically queue up all the E's and the F's at the bottom, like the effects, and then they would just, when you hit C, like inside the E, execute C, execute A, like A already was updated. I just, the part that I'm.
So the way this would work is you could store the past values, and it's like basically exactly a memoized system, and we just use the coloring to invalidate the states. So we say, okay, E depends on something that's changed, so we know we're going to have to rerun E. If E also happens to depend on G, for example, we could E would just rerun. It would ask for the values of G and C. And when it asks for the value of G, G would just give its old value because it knows it hasn't changed.
Right. Okay. Cool.
And
All right.
C would rerun and figure out its new value. And of course, once C reruns, it then changes color. So like we're rerunning E, it'll change color. We rerun C, it'll ask for A. And so this means that when we go up on the other side, so we've asked for E, C, and A, then E will ask for D and B, and it won't actually reevaluate A because A has already been updated.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And this system is almost exactly what we want. There's just one minor tweak related to what happens when things don't change. And this might not seem like a big deal, but it's actually a huge part of how, well, it's a critical part for frameworks like Solid. And
yeah, we can't have stuff rerunning when it's not supposed to rerun. Otherwise, we do a lot of bad things, like extra work, like recreate DOM nodes.
Right, and recreating DOM nodes only occasionally might seem okay, but it turns out that one of the places that we would have ended up having to do extra work is in show components, and let's see why. So the way a show component in Solid works is you have some, say at the top we have some number, like 123. And now let's say we're asking, so maybe we have to label this A is 123. And here, let's say we're asking, is A greater than 50?
Cleaning up some of the extra modes here.
Yeah, sure. Get rid of a lot of these.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, so we can really totally just simplify down here. So this is what we call like the single. I don't remember exactly what I called this in the blog post, but it's an equality check problem. So we have our nodes like this. So we have just 3 nodes in a line. We have A, which is some number. Then we have our node B, which is just a Boolean, so it's asking a question about A, and then E, which is doing something based on B. You can maybe rename this to C. B. Cool. So what happens when we go to run this in our naive incremental solution? We update A. So A is currently 123, so B is true, and C is going to display whatever it is based on that. We update A to 122, and B stays the same. B is still true. It's still greater than 50. And C reruns, because when we update A, it gets marked as, it would get marked as red, B would get marked as red, and C would get marked as red. And so now we rerun, despite the fact that C depends on nothing that's changed.
Yeah, B is still true.
Yes. And
that would be really bad. That would be bad, yes.
In particular, that's bad because this is how a show component works. A show component re-renders based on whether or not the, in Solid, you have show when equals some signal or some computation. And so you never want to re-render if the show component stays the same. And what would be happening here is we'd say A updates, B stays the same, and C, now let's go re-render the DOM. And that would be terrible.
Yeah. So just queuing all the effects at the end is in a naive way. That's what kind of React does. That would not work for us.
Right. React has the advantage that it can do this, and then instead of going and actually re-rendering the DOM, it just has its diff comparison, which should be faster.
Right.
So what we do instead is we have this system where we label everything with 2 colors. So we go through, we have our A, which has changed.
Yeah.
We mark it as red, and then we mark all of the A's children as green, which is this sort of potential to become red.
Yeah.
So A is changed. It definitely needs to rerun. B has some sources that might have changed, so it might need to rerun. C also has some sources that might have changed, so it might need to rerun. So then when we go to ask for C, we say, does C have any sources that have changed? And
Right.
C, walking up the graph, we see that C has this red source that might have changed.
So basically, via the push mechanism, we always add, in this example, we're always adding C, the effect. Like C always gets added to the list, essentially. Like there might be a D over here that's unrelated. That doesn't get added to the list. Anything that could change from A gets added to the list. Anything that could change gets marked, is the way I'm going to put it, okay?
Right, so we walk down the graph from A. So if A has more edges, we just sort of recursively walk through the entire graph, marking the nodes as green.
Right.
So this lets us know that when we go to run C, we can't just trust the old value. It might have changed. So we're going to need to do something clever here in our phase 2 pull phase. Yes, that is the other part of this is walking through the graph from A will tell us if any effects might have changed. And for anything lazy, we don't need to start pulling yet. But any effects we care about, because anytime anything changes, we want to rerun the effects.
Yeah. Someone's mentioning this sounds similar to TanStack Query's algorithm for handling cache invalidation.
That is because reactivity is all about cache invalidation.
Yes, yes. What's beautiful is we solve this really hard problem for you, and then you just write stuff as like A equals B plus C. Anyway.
This is why signals are becoming like are popular, is because a nice API for cache invalidation is a hard thing and a great thing.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm following so far, and I hope chat is following too. We mark something as dirty. We walk down the tree and see all this stuff that could change because of it, and then we basically mark that as being potentially needing to rerun.
Yep.
Then we get down to the end of the chain. So we get there, and these effects at the bottom, essentially, we're like, okay, these ones could have need to be run. We're going to queue them. And then phase 2 is basically at the time of our discretion, from scheduling standpoint, we then go run effects queue, essentially, right? And the naive approach is just going to go through all the effects. You're talking about the windowing situation. I mean, that's cases where we can control that, but yeah, generally speaking, okay.
Right. Well, so these two phases in reactively are almost entirely separate. So we have our push phase that happens when you set something, and then reactively, because it's designed to be lazy by default, phase 2 pull doesn't happen until you actually make a call.
Right.
In Solid, it happens as soon as we've seen that the graph has been fully marked.
Right. Yeah, that's right. This is what I was asking if reactively had effects, because in a sense, reactively, you're like the pure pull side. You're just like, you have a function that's just like do the work, and in Solid, we're gonna queue that for you automatically.
Right. But one of the nice things we notice is because we're marking everything along this tree, we'll see any effects that might need to rerun.
Right.
And so all reactively is doing for you on top of that to add effects is just keeping track when we go through and mark these things of what effects might need to rerun. And so this limits our list of, say if you have 1,000 effects in your app and only 10 of them that depend on A, we then just build up this list of the 10 effects that depend on A.
Right.
And then in phase 2, all we're doing is saying for each effect, call this effect. So we really just have a for loop that says for the 10 effects that were queued, just run them.
Right. Right. And Greg's asking a great question here. Does the order in which you run the items in the pull phase matter? Do you just push things into a queue and then pop them in the reverse order? No, it's not reverse order. I think we actually generally run things in the order that they were pushed in, right? It's
yes. The order does matter in there are interesting places in which the order does and does not matter. The order of the things that you depend on matters, and the order of the things that depend on you does. So you can actually think of there as being 2 arrows, one up and one down. And only the upstream. So when you go to push everything in, it should not matter. So it shouldn't matter what order you push things into the queue, although it's nice for the user if you push them consistently.
Yeah. But yeah, the reason I brought this up is an interesting question, because that's where some of the guarantee questions. Reactive systems make sure that the whole dependency graph, like when you're running those effects, everything that it could possibly depend on has been evaluated by the time that it actually does its calculations, and that effect will only run once, and only when necessary. However, between effects, it's trickier, and we do have some guarantees in Solid around this, in that there's hierarchical considerations. We have to consider that we have nested effects, so we ensure that like a parent effect that begets other computations underneath it will run before the child does, so that you don't have like children running in detached like context. Like if the parent effect would cause the child to be thrown away, you don't want to rerun the child before the parent. So there is consideration, but only from our perspective, at least, as far as hierarchical impact, and not so much about sibling.
Yeah, and we can get into this further as we sort of build up the layers of what a reactive system needs to do.
Right.
So the first phase, we push everything. The first phase, we walk our way down the graph. We call it push because we're eagerly sort of pushing our way through this graph.
Yeah.
So then when a function is called, it's in one of 3 states. It's either oops, that was not the color that I was hoping for. Okay, there we go. So it's either red, green, or blank.
Yeah.
And we do 3 different things based on what color it currently is. So in the case where it hasn't been marked at all, that means that it's totally up to date. So we can just return it caches its old value. That cache is still accurate. So we're done. We can just return that value.
Yeah.
In the case where it's red, we know that it's definitely changed, and so we definitely need to rerun it. Then in the case where it's green, we have this question of, is there something above it that might not have changed yet? And so to solve that, what we do is we try and sort of push this red down the graph. So the way we do that is we go through, we start at our node that we're rerunning. Then we check if any of its parents need to rerun or are in the red state. If they are, we rerun the parent. In this case, none of the parents are, so we keep going. We say, are any of the parents of B in the red state? So A is. And so now, if we encounter something in the red state, we know that we have to rerun it. So we know that C depends on something that's definitely changed. And so we're going to rerun it. So we rerun A. And then the next thing we do is we go down to B, and we say A is definitely changed. So that means that B definitely needs to reevaluate. Because anytime a parent has definitely changed, we must... I see these comments coming up.
This is the same as Svelte.
Svelte works in a slightly different way, as far as I know.
Yeah, I mean, because Svelte's change is based on, I mean, it's hard to say because Svelte is component level. So Svelte goes, something's changed, invalidate the component, and then we know what has changed, so we mark some dirty flags, and then we rerun a function and check against those dirty flags to see what additional code we run. So in Svelte's case, you're not really entering in this propagation of things. It's literally it's kind of like React almost, essentially the call set state, rerun the component, do the work. It's like an auto-memoized React almost, and then do the work that is related to that change. Where this has nothing to do with the component system. Sorry for that side. I didn't mean to get you off track. It was amusing.
Yeah, no problem. So we have, we start with A. We've rerun A. A is definitely changed. We just, because it's a number, the numbers went from 123 to 122. So that means B definitely needs to reevaluate because one of its sources is definitely changed.
Yeah.
So now B goes and it reevaluates. And B, when it reevaluates, went from true to true. So it reevaluates, it checks against its old value. So B is reevaluated, it's up to date.
Yeah.
And now B didn't change.
Yeah.
So what we do is we just don't tell this child that it's now out of date because it's not. It might still need to check other parents, but it's not out of date. And so now when we go and we're running C is in the check if any parents have need to update state. And we see that no parents actually need to update. So C just says, well, that must mean that all of my parents were actually truly up to date. And so it returns its original value without reevaluating.
Just writing down these bullet points here, because this is basically what happens. If possibly recheck parents, if not, go next. Okay.
The nice thing about this system is because we're doing this sort of hybrid push and pull, it gives you a lot of flexibility as to when you want to pull. So if you want to pull C, if you want to set A and then immediately pull C, if you want to set A and then run all effects, or only run some of the effects, or even say automatically scheduling effects in an animation frame.
Right. Because this was the question came in. So nodes remember that they're dirty after the fact, assuming no effect was listening. And I guess it's push, pull, push, push. Since after the push value, it pushes actually you're clean. Is that true?
It is. So that's right. As you're pulling, you'll be pull, 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 push, push, push. So you're going to sort of pull your way up the stack so your C is going to pull from B, ask if B needs to check. B is going to pull from A, and A will push to B. B will push to C.
Right.
So it'll force this sort of red down the graph.
I think the key part, understanding is right. If something's detached and we mark it as dirty, that just means that the current value in the computation, the memo or whatever I call it, is out of date. So it doesn't matter if no one reads it for like for a minute and then suddenly reads it. At that point, we know we have to do the work. So yes, memos can stay in a like dirty state for indefinitely until you ask for them. That's the whole nature of this.
And that's sort of what's nice about separating this out is it makes effects just a layer on top of memos.
Right. So someone was asking if these checks would cost more than always push, but the thing is if you want these guarantees, you're not doing just a simple push anyway. So like the truth of the matter is you're doing expensive stuff like something that we don't do, and I don't think anyone actually does, is sort the list of like propagation based on a topological like depth search sorting algorithm or something like, or like you definitely don't want to be like sorting while you're executing. But that's like a naive approach of solving this when you're doing like all push.
Is that how Svelte works? Like, do they just know the sources and then they can sort it, and that's how they can make their invalidate if checks are sorted topologically?
Yeah, I mean, they can do all this stuff at compile time because they have they know the dependency graph at compilation. So,
right.
Yeah, that's a place where you can do something like that. But given a runtime approach, like we're not going to take that on. I don't actually know for sure.
Does do this for memory costs reasons. They have like very, they care quite a bit about the performance of pushing down the graph for a exponentially large graph. And so they actually do use they do sort the graph.
Sorry, who does this?
Incremental.
Okay.
It's an OCaml library.
Okay, so you go to leaf of subtree just to go to the first answers and needs update. Then it starts from its parents down the tree and repeat the process above to bottom.
Yes, and this is doing 3 walks through the tree.
Yes.
Which seems shockingly expensive. But rendering to the DOM is just so much more expensive.
Yeah, and the thing is, once you've solved the part of the tree, any shared like future reference to that part doesn't need to rerun again. So like the tree kind of starts all lit up and then it starts graying out, and then like as each little node comes in, like because it's often part of the same kind of graph. It just the amount as you go further along, the amount of color starts like shrinking drastically.
Yep. And maybe your node is only connected to a wide section or a narrow, like your node maybe is only connected to a subsection of the graph. And that subpart of the graph can be very small.
Right. So yeah, and this coloration algorithm is essentially what reactively does. It's funny because Solid did a weird like hybrid version of this that we explained on the 1.5 stream, but essentially this is kind of like the pure version of it, right? Because like we already have the means to do this. So in a sense for Solid, it actually simplifies a whole bunch of stuff because I had to walk up the tree in part anyways, and this just means like funny enough, like don't get me wrong, when Milo first presented this to me, I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, is that going to be okay? And the question's like, okay, I guess the shape of the graph might depend it. Like, how is it converging or is it diverging? But like, I think a lot of the trees are mostly like, what's the term? Like diverging, like a fewer set of changes at the top to more like it fans out rather than the other way. But anyway, it's interesting though, because in your article, yeah, we just talked about this. We talked about the D twice. We talked about this problem, right? This is what we just did, right? With the
Yep.
I don't know if we want to talk too much about how other algorithms have solved this in the past.
Yeah,
I mean,
not.
Yeah, I mean, this article covers it great. MobX does a counting system where they
MobX
add up.
used to do a counting system.
Okay, so that's not how they do it anymore?
Yeah, they actually have updated to a system that's essentially the same as reactively. Like
Okay.
most JavaScript frameworks now use this sort of 0, 1, and 2 as 3 states of whether
Right.
you need to, whether you're totally up to date, you need to check like you're in the green state or in the red state.
Got you. Yeah, because I've drawn this one before on stream too, where you kind of go through and you mark, and then you mark as you run. I guess the okay, because this was Mitchell Weststraight had like a great article explaining how this algorithm worked, but I see it doesn't actually do that anymore. What about Preact signals? That's been another recent one. I'm just curious how did this one work?
I was surprised at this one because I as far as I can tell, Preact signals can also use our green and red marking algorithm, and they opted to instead store lots of versioning. I think one of the reasons they do this is to shortcut marking as much as possible.
I see.
And so they opt for looking up the entire graph when you go to check if something's dirty. You compare the versions of everything.
Right.
And they use lots of little shortcuts like global versioning and local versioning to sort of avoid marking a large graph. But it ends up storing a lot of extra memory and doing a fair number of extra checks in some cases that it doesn't need to.
Right. But this is why Preact signals does so well in the SolidX benchmark.
Yes, when they can shortcut marking, it helps.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So the versioning thing
of course,
is
that doesn't work for a graph. For a graph where lots of nodes are stale.
Right. Okay.
Or sorry, are clean, but like are fully up to date.
I see. Yeah. So if we're a bigger graph where only a few things changes, this doesn't help us that much.
Yeah.
Whereas the SolidX benchmark, literally everything's tied to the same signal. It's a big just mess of stuff that's 5,000 layers deep, but it's really just all connected to the same thing.
Right. And the SolidX benchmark, a lot of things update at once, and so
right.
The extra checks always end up returning true.
If you're wondering what I'm talking about, in general, the SolidX benchmark, you'll see when you go online that a lot of frameworks post this reactive benchmark that has like columns, and it's like where's the last time I saw it? I saw it on Twitter. I don't know if I want to like look for it. I could probably find it. Man, it's. Someone said benchmark. No, not it. Okay. I'm not going to find it now, am I?
What part of the SolidX benchmark are you looking for?
I'm just looking for like one screenshot of it so that I can actually show what's going on. There it is. Here it is. Bang. SolidX benchmark. People keep on showing this benchmark around, and so we can actually Preact's really good here. The actual benchmark, for anyone who wants to see it, I actually have it in the code sandbox that I've been using forever. Sorry. All right, thank you. SolidX. What this benchmark is essentially a bunch of like, you can choose how many levels deep to make, but I'll just show the code from one library so someone can get an idea what this thing does. It's essentially for each level of vanilla SolidX. Maybe I'm trying to pick a MobX solid. Okay, makes sense. For each level in a for loop, it creates 4 memos that all read off the previous level, essentially, in different combinations. Like some are like a combination of 2 of them, it's like an addition and a subtraction. Some of them are just passing one straight through. But basically, it's as if you had a a bunch of reactive signals all depending on each other in a like a crazy cross graph sort of way, with a certain like numbers levels of depth, right? So like 10 levels of a for loop versus like 5,000 levels of the for loop. This is why often you'll hear me come on when I see this and just be like, guys, 10 is like the only even, like even 10 is kind of crazy, but it's fine. Benchmarks always, when you do benchmarks, you always like push the limits a little bit. You don't test the real use case. You test like the, the 10x one. So in a sense, if you want to be 10x the real use case, you'd probably use about 20 or 30 here. But this test unfortunately goes to like 25,000. It's like completely meaningless benchmark. I like the problem with the SLX benchmark too is like I like we don't have some other libraries here like MobX, but like let's get to about 30. A lot of the established reactive libraries, 50, it gets like they start, they're not designed for this. Okay, I got 100. Can I get to 1,000 with MobX? Okay, so MobX has gotten okay recently. That's good. That's actually very good. Historically, MobX used to just like freeze this and knockout freeze this essentially like my point is like this is pushing a range that is beyond anything you're ever gonna do in your UI. Yeah, like a neural network. I maybe like.
Except it's a very skinny neural network. Like it's 4 by.
Yeah, it was shown the FRP of not competing stuff over 100, right? Yeah, but like the 100's like the upper limit of like any kind of like. So, anyways, this is why. Yeah. Sorry, wrong one again. This is why I've been kind of critical of this benchmark a little bit, because it's like we're optimizing for a zone that just is completely irrelevant. This was a recent posting where the new NG signals implementation came out. But yeah, Preact signals and usignal have done a lot of optimization in this zone. Anyway, sorry, just a tangent, because this benchmark keeps on reappearing over and over and over again. And yeah, I don't know. It's just tricky because like I've never come across, like I haven't built, I guess like if you were building something for reactivity's sake, like building a really complex reactive graph, then maybe there would be some value. I don't know, like you didn't hit this kind of scenario when you were building your 3D stuff, right? Because you were using reactively to...
It was very shallow, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
Like you would end up with this if you had like thousands of reactive nodes, or hundreds of thousands of reactive nodes that all depend on each other, which you might in complex apps.
But like, I'm trying to picture what type of apps, because usually, like,
it's the came up with like the Gantt chart. So a giant, or even like a spreadsheet.
Yeah. I mean, because like
something with lots of rows that all have sort of connections and depend on each other.
Right. Yeah. Somehow they have to all depend on each other in sequence thousands of times. Where most of the time, yeah, you really have to have like calculation kind of scenarios, where they, because even like in a typical chart you make where you have like a bunch of data and then you have a row that totals it and then a row across that like puts that total against the total. We're still talking like 3 layers, like that times like 1,000. Like it's like pivot it like 1,000 more times. That's, yeah, I haven't hit this.
This is something that we saw, like, or we heard came up with. There's charts where, like, planning charts, where the date
Right.
that something is due depends on the date that something else is due, which depends on the date that something else is due. And if you have thousands of tasks that depend on each other, then shifting the date that one of them is due will shift
Yes.
all of them.
Yes.
And so that will be a case that's very deep.
Yes. That's a good deep thing when you trying to do like a date shift. Yeah. And so if you had, okay, that's a good example. I was looking. That's the thing I was looking for. That's a good visualization of where the depth consideration would come in. So yeah, that's the one test. Okay, so Preact kind of optimizes for that using versioning, which explained greatly in the article. And then with Reactivity, we went over the color algorithm. The commonality here, though, as we're seeing, is this more lazy, more pull-based thingy. So I don't know. I mean, we basically... I love how you did the coloring in this article, because you actually showed what we just showed, but in a very nice way, where you're like, look, when A changes, we know immediately that C and B have to be like checked, because when a signal changes, the things that directly depend on it will rerun, but everything else below it is green. So this is my chance to review the algorithm with the chat here, and we make sure we all completely understand what's going on, right? Then so we presumably at this point we've queued everything. Now we run our effect. So we run F, and
Really,
F goes.
we just queued F, but yeah.
Yeah. So now we do the second phase now, and we go, okay, let's walk up. Do. We get up to C, and we go, C's dirty. We rerun it, and we realize that because C changed, that now we have to mark E as red. And then we go, okay, well, let's try and run E. So we run E, and we realize that F is definitely red. So good. Now we know we need to run that effect. Unfortunately, we can't run F right away. Instead, we have to check its parents again, and we go, do.
Actually, we do run F right away.
Do we run F right away? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we push red down the left side.
Yeah.
You if the left is sort of your first source that you depend on, we're checking is the first source that you depend on dirty.
Right.
And if it is, then we know that we need to rerun.
Right.
One of the reasons we have to check if the first source that you depend on is dirty and can't just check if is the last source that you depend on dirty is if we start to reevaluate the last source, you may actually end up in rerunning not depending on your last source. And so then it would be bad to, in a lazy case, you want to only rerun the first sources, or if the first source hasn't changed, then the second source.
Yeah, so translate this for people. It's because you can have dynamic dependencies inside. So you can have like if conditions and branches inside your effects. So if one branch is taken and the other one isn't, you might never actually subscribe to something the next time around. Like it might have no impact on what happens. So is that, if I'm following right, you this is why the order is important, because you need to actually be like, check that top level dependency, because the lower level one may never matter.
Yep. So this connects back to two of like the comments in chat where like we expect that the dependencies that you depend on are pure, like only change if the first one has changed. Like your second dependency, you can't just remove it if the first one hasn't changed.
Gotcha. So you're saying is once we get to F, things actually go a different way. So we actually, because when I saw this diagram, I was like thinking, oh, okay, so then I will go up this side and do the same thing. But you're saying F actually starts.
That side. But first, the reason we go up that side is because we've called F. We know F needs to rerun, and now F can ask for the value of D.
But we don't run F yet, right?
We do. We actually do.
Okay.
Run F.
So it is like solid. So you actually start running it, and then you get to D, and then
you ask for the value of E and D.
Gotcha.
And
Okay.
E says it's done. D says it's not.
Gotcha. Okay. So this is someone asked in chat why I called solid a hybrid. I called it a hybrid because in solid, when you got to this scenario, like we actually run F, and then we pull them down in this way. Like it's actually when we hit the line that calls D that we actually go up to B. So like
Keep in mind,
that's
we're also
what,
running C and E already. Like
right. So okay, so then C, E, F runs. F literally calls the D signal inside of it and goes, oh, this one I don't know. So then we start over again, and then D is like, okay, let me check my parent. Oh, my parent's dirty. Run the parent. Oh, I am dirty as well here. And then it runs, returns that value back to F, and F completes with all the necessary data. Okay, beautiful. And this is your updated execute. So yeah, I jumped ahead a minute ago. So where does question? Where does B and D do not need to run? Yeah, I mean each node is when you get to that question, even though it's the effects that like start the queuing, when you're sitting on a specific node, like when you're running F and then you like read D can start like. It's the same thing. Now you're calling that lazy thing and it has to ask the same questions. It goes, oh, I could be stale. I need to check my parents. And it knows about its parents. So it goes up and goes, oh, this one's dirty. We should rerun it. So it's the same process again, whether it started from a derived value or from an effect. Is it like a next situation? Internally there's like is it a set or like a list of dependencies inside here, so like it just can iterate through the list and then basically almost go depth first back up essentially.
so we're always like whenever we run anything, we're just sort of running the left side first. So we sort of try and push the red down the left side. If
right.
It reaches F, then we actually do run F. And if it fails, then we try and push the red down the next column in a sense.
Right.
And when we rerun anything, we're doing the same process of trying to push this red down the left side.
That's very, very cool stuff, and it ends up being a lot more optimal. Because we did talk about it on the stream, but this is like a more pure version and just purely based off that. Current Reactivity benchmarks are focused on creation time and update time for static graphs. Additionally, existing benchmarks aren't very configurable and don't test for dynamic dependencies. Yeah, this is kind of my other problem with the SolidX one. So you ran a bunch of benchmarks and you made your own benchmark, and I thought this was really cool because you made a very simple benchmark here, but like you basically have a bunch of different graph shapes. You have 1,000 by 5. So what do these numbers mean? Just so I understand.
Yeah. So these should be like width by height, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. So
yeah.
So deep graph is exactly. Deep graph only has 5 at the top. It goes 500.
So just like StelX. So StelX in this notation would be 4 by 10,000 or something.
Right. And this is 5 by 500. Beautiful. So what you see here actually is it was interesting to me because I don't know if people can see this too much. Let me see if this is better. Reactively obviously wins at all the benchmarks. I mean, that's the point of this article. But the other side of it is that the SolidX is showing off this case in a very hyper way, where you can see something like Solid does not do as very well. But interestingly, when you went wide, the implications are like considerably different the other way, like 1,000 by 5.
Right, and also these are static.
Yeah.
So Solid is like very good at handling dynamic cases.
Right.
It deals a lot with your slots optimization. Really.
Right. Right, and unfortunately, it looks like the Preact ones didn't work on the dynamic case for some reason.
So Preact, as when I wrote this article, had a performance bug where
Right.
they had like hyperexponential blow up in the cost of dynamic wide graphs.
Right.
They've worked on fixing it and they improved it substantially.
Right.
It still, I believe, still takes too long to complete for one iteration there.
Right. Yeah. And yeah, this is sort of this is just kind of interest to me because it just shows that like there's different dimensions to this problem. This thing that I actually pulled out was taken. We've been working on Solid 2.0, so Reactivity, the secret reactive project that's kind of come out on stream, and a lot since Milo wrote his article on Reactively, which is, you know, in our circles was actually a pretty big deal. It's actually had a big impact on other reactive libraries. Maverick, for example, which was around before, switched its core to basically be like a more featureful version of Reactively, and actually that core is basically the core of for Solid 2.0. We're working with Milo and Raheem from I hope I said his name right, from Maverick to work on the new Solid core. So what you can see here, if you were roughly going to pretend that Maverick is Solid 2.0 and SolidJS is Solid today, and like the new Angular one, is that there are different sorts of like the benchmark here doesn't completely show the full picture of the implications of this kind of stuff, right? Obviously, the Angular thing is like so brand new. I wouldn't be like stressing about the performance thing. They're gonna like this, like they literally just like been playing around with something for a couple months. Like this is not where it's gonna end up. But I just this optimizing for this benchmark is kind of like it helps a little bit on one side, I think, but it's like it's kind of narrow because where are we? Where's our deep one? Do we have it here? This graph, by the way, is opposite. This I just confusing because I realized that your graph, bigger bars are better,
Yeah,
and on
one
this
is
graph,
over milliseconds, and one is
yeah,
just
this one's actually smaller bars are better. So you can actually see the like even different kind of shapes and stuff like funny enough, like wide, very dynamic and wide and dense Solid does decently well. Solid's apparently very bad for simple component, which is unfortunate, but this is kind of the improvement that we're expecting to see poured into the next version. Anyways, just wanted to kind of throw that out there because there's different schools of this kind of coming out right now, and I think I'm actually very interested to talk to the Angular guys to understand where their take is. I think they're a little bit on the. I don't know if they did the Preact versioning thing. I don't think they did. I'm not sure if they did, but I know that they've been looking at all the different solutions in the space. So I'm going to have them on stream very soon to talk about their signals implementation, probably next week. So that's going to be really cool. Anyway,
there's another big optimization that goes into making this faster for static cases, which is the sources optimization. I don't know if you want to go into that right now.
I don't. Which sources optimization you're talking about?
Well, I guess the diffing, like not wiping.
Oh, right. Got you. Yeah, I mean, we can explain it at a really high level. Because one of the things that most reactive libraries have done historically is because they're dynamic. Like I've shown this before, if you've seen it before, like if you have like, you can have if statements and the dependencies can change. A lot of times what ends up happening is every time a node reruns, it frees up all its dependencies, which means Milo pointed out earlier that these things were backlinked, right? That they went both ways. They basically go back and go unsubscribe me. So you actually walk the node to like the immediate parent node or whatever dependency perspective, and actually unhook yourself like before you run it, so that you can create those dependencies again fresh when you rerun it. And this is one of the probably biggest expenses of runtime thing versus like a compile time. It's also superpower why we can execute less than a compiler could. Like if you purely compile your dependencies, a lot of them don't handle branches properly, so like they're kind of prone to rerun, kind of like React dependency arrays. If in React, if you have some conditional inside your effect, you have to put all the possible things that could cause it to rerun in the dependency array. So it's always going to run when any of those things change, even if the current calculation doesn't depend on it. Whereas with runtime reactivity, we only need to update what actually depends on it. But a compiler also has a hard time splitting that out. So essentially you go through and you unhook it to hook it back up again. And you kind of came up with a clever solution to that, if I remember.
Yeah, here. So, okay, one of the reasons this is important is if you have a ternary in one of your components. So, say C depends on either, C looks at A and then depends on either B or D.
Yeah.
So C is then going to look like this. So we have C depends on A, and C depends on B, and C potentially depends on both B or D. So maybe we could denote that with like a dotted line here. Let's see. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
So what happens here is, depending on the value of A, C depends either on B or on D. So if you do this so the way a reactive system works, when C runs, as it's running, we have this global variable that's what reactive variables are currently being accessed. So at the start of C, we say initialize the global dependencies to an empty array, and at the end, we say, okay, whatever it's finished as, those are our dependencies. It would be the default method. So
right.
So the first time, say A is true, will depend on B. So this will become a solid line. And then we don't even have this connection yet. The next time it runs, say A is false, then we'll depend on D. And the issue is, if you don't remember to unsubscribe, you get a case like this. And so even though C only depends on A and D right now, because if A is technically false, C only depends on when C should only rerun when A and D change.
Yeah.
But if we aren't careful to unsubscribe, what'll happen is we leave all of these subscriptions around. B changes and it says, C, you're going to need to rerun because there's still this down arrow.
Yeah.
And so what we want to do is we want to be really careful about when C reruns. We should get rid of B and D both to prevent any problems there. But if we do that, that's quite costly. That means we're making a new array every time C reruns. And we want C to be able to rerun, I don't know, say, what did we benchmark this at? Like 100, thousands of times a second?
Yeah.
5,000 times a second? 10,000 times a second?
You're right.
If we're creating a brand new array in JavaScript 5,000 times a second, maybe there are 50 sources. This is not a good scenario for garbage collection. So, and to constantly be creating these links. So what we want to do is make sure that this is as efficient as possible. And Solid and Reactively have two differing approaches to doing this. Reactively's idea, which is the sort of simple, quick idea that you come up with, is when C reruns, let's see, we don't start creating a new array until we detect a difference. So what that means, what's going to happen is we go to rerun C, and we say we depend on A. Okay, great. But A is already in our sources, so just don't do anything yet. Yep. So now we're going to look at our source number 2 versus what the second thing we're depending on. And so if A is true and we already depend on B, that's fine. If we want to stop depending on B, we're gonna we'll have seen, okay, our first source is A, and our first new source is A. So we haven't created any new memory at this point. And then we run into a thing where we see D is different from our old source because D and B are different. Right. And so at that point, we start creating a new array. And this allows making this.
Okay.
This makes the static case more.
So you just like slice from that index?
Yep.
Okay. Or slice.
I tried swapping the indices like in place, and it turned out that JavaScript garbage collection does, like, because swapping a slice out is faster because it's a tighter loop than walking through and swapping one by one, which is surprising that tight loops still have that much of an impact in modern, like in a high-level language such as JavaScript. Like, it's interesting how the benchmarks carry over there.
Yeah, okay. So So this is important because it means that for things that don't change, like static stuff, which is very, very common. Like think you're in your JSX and you go div I don't know, whatever, like I'm just gonna pick an attribute like title equals user.name or something. Like picture you have a situation like this. The truth of the matter is, while this name might update every time it changes or whatever, user changes, this dependency on user is static. It never changes. The majority of your JSX like bindings are essentially the static thing where you shouldn't need to dispose of the arrays every time. So this is very good optimization.
It's also like there are parallels here between this and things like React dependency arrays, where you have a list of static dependencies that you depend on, which is kind of just sort of an interesting note.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, Excalidraw I was trying to get back to. Okay. Yeah. So combination of this pull-based coloring algorithm, smarter handling of array dependencies, and it's kind of interesting. I've watched in the last like few months such a revolution here where all these new solutions are breathing life and performance into this area that we haven't seen in years. Because it's the truth of the matter is, we haven't had good benchmarks, and until you get into certain shapes or types of graphs, people haven't really noticed stuff. Like I could go through and take reactive libraries that benchmark better or worse, stick them in the JS framework benchmark, and like have almost no impact because of the cost of the DOM elements. I mean, I have ones that do see the impact because as many, I've ported DOM expressions, Solid's core into Preact, Vue, MobX, Knockout, SJS, RxJS. So I was able to compare all of those reactive libraries as they applied to DOM updates. So like for the large part, Solid was very much optimized for the kind of DOM tree kind of scenario. So we haven't seen as much like, I think the CellX benchmark actually kind of got people more again on this kind of like academic algorithm thing. Although, unless you're doing crazy stuff like that, it's not going to impact you as much as your renderer, right? Like, it's one of those things like, if you add signals to Preact, it's not really any faster than Preact without signals. So like you're going to be constrained by the renderer. Like it's not, and it's the same thing with the React thing. Like it's not changing the game. It's, you know, without actually being adopted into the actual rendering libraries. So yeah, it's interesting. I'm very stoked about this though, because yeah, I'm kind of stepping back a little bit, Milo, because what I'm thinking about here is the reason that I'm really stoked about this is a clearly more pull-based mechanism, and this separation makes it a lot easier to do the kind of stuff that you might find in React, which is completely pull-based, you know. So like there's this kind of like interesting space that I feel like we live in, where we can now get the benefits of the reactive DX experience, get the benefits of the performance from the know what changes perspective, but then be able to model problems that that, you know, like React likes to model. You know, there's been a lot of conversation there where it's like, oh, you can't do this without doing it our way on the React side, and I don't believe that's true. I think we've been showing here that, you know, between my silly concurrent rendering and time slicing demos to like different things, that we can do a lot with reactive modeling. I'm very excited with this one because this makes off screen really easy. This one makes, you know, those kind of APIs work really, really well. Basically virtualization built into the framework. You know, when you consider that you can just like not pull some of the effects that aren't on screen. When the framework's aware of what's on the screen and those kind of boundaries, we can say, yeah, don't run those effects right now. That's basically how Suspense works. And this mechanism lets us push the execution to the right places. Yeah, this algorithm is a good change for Solid. Yeah, we've done so much without it. And now this will just make our life that much easier to do the rest of it. Not looking at request animation frame. I'm still very much on the queue micro task. This is a good question though. I think the ideal form for a lot of these systems is something that we worked on when we were working with Marco, which was that it should run basically immediately for the first set of changes, like queue micro task or as fast as you can get to. And then if you do any changes in the effect at that point, there's an argument whether you should keep it part of the same queue, like if an effect writes to a signal, or you know, set it up for the next thing. And what the Marco guys were thinking, where they're like, look, if you're in an effect and then you update another signal, they're like it should be its own frame. And I don't know if they went with this in the end, but they were like, we should request an animation frame and then post message to get to the next set timeout, as in move it to the next macro task. If you do a request animation frame, you end up right before the paint. And so they were like, let's do the work immediately, and then if we queue any more work, we should do it after it paints. And this is a funny exercise, because if you think about it for a minute, what ends up happening is if you make an infinite loop, it could be intentional. Like if you have an effect depend on like its own sources, because it would just be making an animation, because you wouldn't be blocking paint. So like you could literally like, if as long as you hopefully stopped it eventually, an effect, you know, writing to and depending on the same sources would actually just be a way of doing like a max frame, like 60 FPS animation. I think that's more novel than it's useful, but this question made me think about it.
Yeah, and there was another question in chat about like, is it possible to set inside a reactive effect? And the solution is very much just wait till, for consistency, you want to be careful to wait until the next frame before setting anything.
Yeah, I've had a hard time. Solid's batch behavior used to kind of enforce this in a really awkward way that everyone hated and complained about for like 2 years. but like it wasn't an easy trade-off because it also sacrificed this other aspect. I'm to date, this is a place when me and Milo aren't completely in agreement on, because theoretically I agree with him, but in practice I can't commit to pissing that many people off. It's one of those challenging things where like really the problem is, you can see it in these graphs. When you have drive state, we know everything. We can control it. If you start writing to signals in the middle of our beautiful executing process, you're like throwing a hand grenade into the china shop, so to speak, or whatever. You know, like you're causing stuff now to maybe have to run twice. You
I
know,
mean,
like
what's happening is we have this thing where normally we'd have an edge here, where like if C actually says, you know, set whatever, where this is X, normally we'd have this edge where it's very clear that, you know, X actually just depends on some form of C.
right.
But
we,
if we use set, then what happens is this edge disappears from our view, and so that immediately removes all of the magical things that we have about running things in a certain order, and preventing things from running twice. And there's a chance you get lucky, and nothing runs twice, but it's entirely inconsistent.
yeah.
So you just have to be very careful when doing things like this.
And don't get me wrong, like from a rendering life cycle standpoint, there are cases to set effects or set values at after effect time. For example, you're reading from the DOM. Like the effects are queued, you've rendered your update, and then you're like, for an animation, I need to see where the DOM is. Timing wise, that's going to run as like an effect afterwards, which means you will get that value, you'll read from the DOM, and then you'll want to do something with it. So we are still working a bit on primitives. I think there's a gap on a couple cases around synchronization, but like fundamentally, like there are places timing wise where we want to address that. And I think if we can figure out how to make more data derived, the better off we are.
Yeah, definitely. As you're writing solid code, like you want to try and make sure that everything, like it's ideal to avoid calling a set inside an effect for as much as you can.
Yeah, no, Milo is great. Sorry, comment came in a little. And this is the truth of the matter. Earlier on, when Milo kind of went off, there's a lot of really smart younger people, from my perspective, coming up in this right now, and I've been very lucky to have them involved with the project, you know, and kind of talking through this stuff. People like Shane with Cairo as well, and yeah, just kind of getting these minds together to kind of figure out how we approach the next version of reactivity has been really awesome.
Yeah, one of the things that we're currently thinking about is how this plays in with asynchronous effects, and this is sort of like a research for us. That's
our async model with Solid provides the API, but it doesn't completely leave us in a great place. And this is a topic that's probably too advanced to handle today, and given the timeline, Milo, I don't think we can really show how we're thinking about async async coloring. But it's funny. Let me see here. Solid. I want to see if what I did last at SolidJS /reactivity npm. Yeah. It's funny because it never shows up first for me. I have to like go in here and do it again. This library does exist. We haven't published it privately. Start is something good. Yeah. But it does exist. We've been working on this, and oh man, I'm way out of date on this computer, but I don't know. Let's just do not SolidStart. Let's just do a quick walkover of the code, just really high level, show where things are at, just so people can get a glance at this for a moment.
Sure.
Open. Where am I looking for? Actually, I'm gonna open a new window first. All right, I'm gonna do this. Yeah. So far, it's a very simple implementation. It has signals. It has stores. Very basic version of store, which basically works like. Actually, there's a little example here, right? Yeah, I mean, it's not even showing it. It's basically doing the produce function built in directly. And then, so it's like, there's very little code in this. I think the whole build for this is like 424 lines of code for all the reactivity and the stores.
That build is out of date.
Yeah, you're right. This build is out of date. Yeah.
Don't worry about it though.
npm install. Yeah, and it's probably pm, isn't it? Yeah, whatever.
It is, yeah.
Let's just mess with stuff. Yeah, see, I was able to. Did you see how fast that was? Just side note, yeah. pm build. Yeah, sorry. You're right. This is out of date. The code is probably much larger now. Okay, fine. It's 550 lines of code, but yeah, I mean, let's see here. I don't know how much of this we actually do want to go over. I thought it might be interesting, but I realized that like, yeah, you know what? I don't know. Is there anything we want to talk about in here, really? I think the most interesting thing to me is the fact that every single thing almost ends up being this single compute function, which is interesting. Let me see if I can find it. Compute. Basically, this context setting thing. I'm kind of amazed at this implementation in both that basically everything works out to being a call that handles tracking of, setting the current owner or tracking scope, and the other thing is that everything else is, what is it called? Create computation. If I go into the signals implementation here, create signal, create computation node, create memo, create computation this, create effect, create computation. Like the whole system is basically a wrapper over like two main functions, compute and create. Did I see zombie? Yeah, that's the name for something, a dead branch.
Yeah, one of the tricky parts of handling reactivity is that we haven't covered very much at all on stream is what happens when you nest, like when you start grouping reactivity and then cleaning it up or like nesting a group of reactive elements all inside another memo so that all of the reactive elements are destroyed and recreated when it's rerun. And that ends up being quite a complicated task.
Yeah. Someone asked if there's no classes. Technically, is it owner node? There's like there's like a
everything is using like ES5 classes.
Yeah.
Essentially,
yeah. It's interesting. I want to test through this myself and see what the implications are. But yeah, there's a lot of the benefit of using classes is you can share the prototype, which saves a lot of memory on like function creation. But we're like manually handling the binding and call stuff ourselves so we can make it reusable in multiple contexts. This is a little bit complicated. I think it was very much inspired by the work of Fabio in our community, who was creator of Vobi. This specific detail, if I'm right, who found some really interesting ways to reduce memory by doing this. So, yeah, but I mean, whether that internals do that or not is of very little concern to you, because you will go in here and call create effect or create signal, and that's it. Yeah, this has a long way to go to get to the full functionality of what Solid has today, especially the async stuff. But this is the start, and it's very promising. I already made a JS framework benchmark with it, as you can imagine. Yeah, not quite where Solid is today, but it might have been a bad run. It was like 0.01 slower. So I got some work to do, but yes, I mean, no one's really caring about 0.01 at this point of the process, given that this is just the raw thing here. And I think there's other types of optimizations we can do now that we have this at our disposal. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this Solid's core has always had this sort of characteristic, to be fair. So, yeah. Yeah, this is actually kind of simpler in a sense, which leaves more room for optimization. There's some interesting things here that I need to evaluate so far, like using the context ownership being done with a linked list instead of an array and stuff like that. This is going to evolve, but this is the library that what we're talking about, reactivity, a little bit earlier, Tanner was playing around with. It was this. So like this is a very promising direction. Anyway, I think I'm okay on the topic now, and where we're at. I'm almost ready to move on to the next sort of thing. Does anyone have any questions for Milo while he's still here before I do This Week in JavaScript? Was there anything else, Milo, you wanted to cover specifically?
No, I mean, this is a great introduction to reactivity.
Yeah. We covered the algorithms. We talked about the work we're doing in Solid. Talked a little high level too about like looking at, because I think there was a tweet where someone was like, is Angular's reactivity? I don't have it up right now, I guess. Never mind. Is Angular's reactivity different from Solid's reactivity? And the truth is, today, yes, but I think in the future we're actually seeing a convergence here of these approaches, to the point that I think that they might actually be getting more and more similar, other than some syntax stuff, which is mostly very superficial, like whether people use dot values or calls functions and stuff. Like Angular was very prompt to the fact that they use classes a lot. So a lot of their APIs are designed to work well with classes, for example. So yeah, I was like, where did my window go? Yeah, I think it's definitely interesting to see these kind of common things. Yeah. Milo, before you leave, can you help me fix some bugs in my app? I hope you're studying CS or mathematics. Speaking as a master's in math and undergraduate focus on graph theory. Yeah, what are you doing in school?
I am a CS major with a math minor as of right now.
How lazy? Yeah, context isn't bad. Resources is a whole other challenge. I've
been working a lot on transition. Should I give a brief explanation of why transitions are interesting?
No, it's not going to be brief, because no one knows how transitions work.
Okay.
Yeah, but
in the future.
In the future, yeah, no. The biggest thing right now is resource reads. This is the fundamental part I want to talk about. Resource reads happen where they're read, and then we look up context to find suspense and suspend there. The problem is, a lot of cases, what you actually want to do is derive from a resource and actually push the suspense down to where the final derived value is used, like in the effect. And we don't do that at all currently with Solid. And I was hoping that lazy memos would be a solution to that, but because you're pulling, and because they might not reevaluate, under that effect, because they evaluated a different effect, we might have to come up with another sort of type of marking system, because but I am this is one of the things I want to solve during this process. I want the async story to be a lot nicer.
Yeah, this is sort of our active research area, is can we make not just lazy memos, but async memos that, like, for example, resources right now can't, if you have a memo that depends on a resource, it doesn't trigger suspense. And we want to fix that.
Yeah, exactly. It's the memo executing that triggers suspense rather than the use of the memo. So it happens usually way too high up in the tree. It like happens like maybe where you're fetching.
And for transitions, there's some like other niceties that lazy memos bring us.
Yeah, that's true. There is so much niceties that come from the fact that it's pull based. Another place where this is really valuable, actually, is figuring out patterns for like resumability. Like when you start thinking about the graph that way, because you're not eager now on these executions, and you're looking in a world where you're just like, oh, it's either an event handler or an effect that runs. It's like one of my biggest fears is that serialization in a resumable world is very challenging, because you like suddenly like every single composable hook becomes a boundary, and now you're like in crazy land trying to figure out how to like make everything like work when every piece has to be serializable. You're like, no, I just wanted this intermediate date. Well, no, sorry. Date's an easy thing to serialize, but you end up with like all this kind of consideration there. And one thing that I thought was interesting with lazy is you could be kind of like lazy about it and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to compute this, not compute this. You know, like you could probably do partial bailout and not, have to worry. And if that's the case, it might be possible to get to a place where the end user doesn't have to worry about or be aware of serialization and resumability. And that is an incredibly powerful thing, because then you're not putting $ everywhere. So like this is like the kind of thinking that I'm very excited about. Yeah. It's funny because the beginning of our talk was talking about how we could put $ everywhere with Bling, but there's a difference between like explicit choices and like other, basically being almost forced into it from the perspective of like being aware or being safe about it. It's a tricky zone. Honestly, we're going to talk about this more when we get to This Week in JavaScript, in terms of like the whole compiler conversation. But yeah. Let's see. Okay, I think. I mean, me and Milo could go into this stuff for ages. If you ever sit in on a conversation, I try and pull them sometimes into core chat, but like we just go on and on and on. So I'm not going to do that to you all today, as much fun as it would be. So we're gonna let Milo go. Thank him very much for coming in after his classes on a Friday.
Thanks so much for having me.
To chat about this stuff. I think the work he's doing and others in this area is really inspiring. It's pushing stuff forward in ways that like I'm very happy to have him around. I don't have to figure this out. So thank you so much, Milo. And until next time we have you on, have a good one.
You too. Bye.
All right. Yeah, seriously. College kids these days. All right. Hopefully you guys all got something from there. I knew that we'd get kind of technical. I was trying to pull it back into where like the relevance is, but like the thing is like there is this common trend on reactivity right now, and with people picking up signals, and one of the challenges is understanding what's important in the solutions, which I think right now there's a lot of noise, and the other thing is like. From that is understanding like how to like push it forward. Like what are the things that are important to optimize? What are the things, that aren't? And yeah, I wish, yeah, seriously. But I mean, the thing is, do the math here. I guess he was like in grade 10 when he came in and he wrote he I didn't, in the end we realized that the syntax wasn't as good, but he wrote a really optimal hyperscript renderer back then. And I guess to be fair, it's probably has a lot of similar characteristics to like what Fabio's working with Voby, where you could kind of like wrestle template cloning back into a hyperscript thing. Yeah. 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 No, that's the thing you find with these communities. I think the T3 community has similar members in it who, like 16-year-olds who are like, core maintainers of it. Like that wasn't me. I have to admit, I was building websites and doing my thing, but I wasn't I wasn't exposed to open source at that point. And then, like, at a certain, it was much later, and I went through a whole phase where I was like, kind of like Microsoft Shop, kind of, the corporate thing before I actually found open source. So like, to get involved this early, because you're building a portfolio, in a sense. Like, I don't know if colleges look at it, but definitely the job market does over time. Like this is your resume, and you're starting it like at 16. Yeah. All right, so stream's not over, as you guys know, because this is when the real fun starts. This is, yeah. Thanks for the answer, Gray. Sorry. Yeah, well, okay. I can talk. There's one other thing that I should mention. Dominic Ganaway, creator of Inferno, has been working on an incredible compiler project called Octane, which he sees as kind of like the blend of stuff. But it's basically, if you took a reactivity system very similar to what Milo just presented, and then took a page from Svelte's compiler, but like go beyond that, like actually work on branch analysis, kind of stuff similar to like what React Forget's doing. Like Dom was at Meta. He saw that stuff kind of unfold, and basically tried to get something very close to React compat with it, which is like crazy. So there is work being done there. I don't know if everyone's going to like the amount of, I don't want to call it magic, but like the compiler control, but like we're entering a world where this could be very much a real thing. Yes, This Week in JavaScript is coming here. Let me, yeah. Let's get this going. Yeah, and yeah, if at any point someone finds some like juicy thing, feel free to send it in, and then we can talk about that as well. Just like I'm setting up my Twitter feeds here so that I can do This Week in JavaScript. Give me a moment. But yeah, because I know now to do it off screen, so I don't share private circles. We already had that happen on stream, so let's go here. Give me a second. So that's why I'm not doing it on stream. Hope chat's all doing good. Let's see here, 3 categories we have. It's funny. I always get bookmarks and Twitter Blue screwed up because I see the B and I'm like, oh, B. No. Okay, so when did this week really start? Well, for me, it's been 2 weeks. So it's this 2 weeks in JavaScript. So I have to go back to, wow, so much has happened. This is crazy, eh? Let's go back. Today's the, what's the date today? 17th? So we're going back to the 3rd. Oh, wow. Okay. There we go. Give me 2 seconds. Oh, yeah. That was good. Yeah. Yeah, so the Gatsby merger had just happened last time we talked, right? So what? Yeah, perfect. And then oh wow, I have so much stuff that's happened. Oh, Okay, yeah. This is gonna be fun. I'll see what I can do. Okay. All right. Let's get in gear. Drink some water. All right. Oh, what do I want to start with? Man, I feel like I should just like nail some solid stuff off the top and then we go from there. But chronologically, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're just gonna run some solid stuff off the top and then we'll go from there. All right, cool. So everyone ready? Let's get chat. Like all the time, it's just like crazy trying to keep on top of it. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, okay. We're gonna run solid stuff first. Okay. All right. I think it's about time we talk about this week in JavaScript. Well, actually, the last 2 weeks. I've had some time off. It's funny. I do this intro every time as if I'm going to split it off into a separate video, but I just never end up doing that. So, whatever. But let's get started. Let's get into it. All right. So I'm going to start with a little solid news to get this rolling. There's a few things here that I want to point out. One of them was it's awesome seeing Solid getting used in more and more examples. One of the ones here was using Solid NativeScript to run a React Native web view. People always keep on pointing to me like, "Oh, what's Solid's native story?" And yes, we don't have React Native. Someone did make a wrapper once, but like generally speaking, there's lots of ways to do mobile dev, and maybe it's not as good as React Native, but Tori and obviously Capacitor and NativeScript. So these work with Solid, and it's cool to see these kind of examples pop up. XState Solid package is out. This has been like a year in the making. So like a big fist pump to Austin here. Like this was like incredible amount of work. We talked to Tanner about the complexity of mixing immutable and mutable systems and all that kind of stuff, and I've covered it on stream. This is the most state-of-the-art version of that. And I think it's really cool because our version of XState does fine-grained updates. No, none of the other ones don't. Like even Vue, which has this ability. Like literally when you go from state A to B, we like only update like the fields that change in a fine-grained way. We can like not re-render like any of the components and it just pinpoint updates. This is a really cool integrations. Sorry, for those who aren't aware, XState, very popular in the React community, is a finite state machine and state chart modeler. It is a very powerful tool, has incredible visualizations, great dev tools. Like, yeah, it's created by David Corset or David Piano, and the Stately is behind it, and yeah, I know what happens. Yeah, when you say state machine, David appears or use effect, but it's really cool stuff. A lot of like, if you notice this, streams that were not by Solid Core people coming out here. So a lot of really cool stuff happened. Alexis, never short on libraries, gave us Solid Mason, which is a masonry grid. Dan Jutan is back making videos for Solid. He released 2 of them. One about singletons and state sharing, and another one about how to use Solid without a compiler. Really great at explaining topics in a short manner. Something I am not. Otherwise, if Dan was doing the stream, they wouldn't be 5 hours. So, yeah. So yeah, this really cool. Okay. This is probably the big Solid news of the week. Damien released Solid DevTools, the latest version, which added an ability to actually inspect the reactive graph. This stuff is so cool. This is what I always visualized. I made it was the longest open issue on Solid's repo for ages, because there's like, how do we make DevTools that are proper for reactivity of this nature? and we're really starting to get there. Like this is cool. People, like, if you see the responses and like the quote tweets around this, it's just absurd. Like, not just people saying it's good, people being like, hey, like, why doesn't my framework have it? This is how it should work. Like, really good work, right? Marvin from Preact was saying, like, this is the main reason why any signals-based approach is better than hooks. It enables additional debugging insight, which is not possible with hooks, like showing why something updated. Yes, Marvin. Yes. Yeah, and they're planning to add something similar to Preact. Yeah, this is one of those really interesting applications of reactivity, and one of those things that like have been a gap. So I am very excited about this. Yeah. This is just amazing. I can't say enough about how awesome this is. That was a really awesome way to start my week this week. Valentine's Day fun. Stack Blitz containers are out. We've been experimenting with them. Milo is talking about how he'd done some work with that. Really, really, really important stuff. I'm just going quickly through here because it's mostly just release type stuff. But for those who don't know, Solid Community, Joe is also True Skater, is the creator of Loom, which is the web component library built on Solid that does 3D. It basically lets you do 3D graphs as web components. It's being used in this open world game, apparently. So really quite cool to see that in progress. So very, very cool. Yeah, I'm trying to think of, there's just so many of these. Like, someone asked if I was over. I can't even go through all the news anymore because there's just too much going on, it feels like. So yeah, I think that Solid's starting to pick up, and it's very obvious for those who are following along the project. And I have something else to block. Sorry. All right, so let's continue on from the Solid specific news and talk about what else happened. Well, 2 weeks ago, probably less relevant now, there was a bit of a I feel like the controversy on Twitter never seems to kind of wane. There's a little tension going on around the way some content is being made. Sorry, let me fix something on my mic. Give me 2 seconds here. Maybe I should mute it. Sorry about that. My screen kind of fell down. And essentially, there's like this divide between people who appreciate the YouTube culture. I mean, I can pull it up right now. If I pull up YouTube, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about, generally speaking. This and this. Actually, there's less of it in my feed than I expected. Usually I open my feed and it's like literally half Theo faces, half what's the guy, the whatever coder, got some Steve in here, and like, not everyone's happy about this push to like clickbaity titles and thumbnails and whatnot, and some people have been very vocal about like how they're never going to do that and all this. And Dan Abramov asks, does anyone know successful developer YouTubers who aren't constantly milking for engagement by posting bait? I get the argument that bait is just a hook and that then you actually have to make the video good, but it still turns me off. Curious to see the path. Like, it's very clear it turns him off from his use of language because, like, let's just go beast. Let's look at. If you go outside of dev, and I don't have that because I don't follow these kind of people generally, but if you go into this other zone, of YouTubeism. Like this is just the reality of things, and I think it's kind of interesting that I think probably we have to kind of shift our perspective. You know, like it's fine. I understand. Like I saw a lot of clickbaity stuff that was garbage in the whole grifting thing for like the couple of years ago, where it's like 10 easy steps to, I was gonna say, you know, you adjust your diet or whatever, but no, like with like programming type stuff, and that stuff was mostly just garbage and listicles and stuff. But that's not what's happening here. What's happening here is essentially different types of tech content. Obviously, it's not my zone. I make long explanations on technical, you know, stuff that goes deep dives, but like people are watching this stuff for enjoyment, right? It's kind of like if you go back like 10 years, I remember people asking me like, you watch other people play video games? Like, why would you do that? Why don't you just play the game? But I got very much into watching people do speedrunning and stuff. And I know what I'm trying to say is like, there's different types of content and ways to approach dev that isn't just like code this like, tutorial with me. And I think this is like the whole pool. Like, it's funny because someone was asking me in the things of like, you know, is there metrics to prove it? I mean, it's hard to say, but you can definitely see when someone can literally change the title or thumbnail of a video and all the stats improve drastically. Like, and I'm not talking about like just spiking on initial view, but retention and like every single metric just go through the roof. And I'm fairly supportive of this movement personally because it trickles down. You know, when somebody, you know, starts watching JavaScript content from TikTok, moves to YouTube, finds developers they follow, you know, for entertainment, then decides to go a little bit deeper and learn more, they find themselves to my channel eventually. So like, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of fairly pro this. I don't actually have any problems with it. It's just interesting that there's a lot of people who actually like this offends them on some level. Yeah, I don't know. I think we were just kind of get adjusting to the new norm. Yeah, I mean, and I'm not the channel to talk about how to like the benefits of not, but I'm just gonna say, like, yes, like there's a science behind this, right? So, yeah, that's fine. Oh, sorry. Let's go back here. Oh, I need to get back to my profile. Okay. All right. So let's keep on going. Keep on keeping on. Okay. So yeah, see, this is why I was literally scrolling like this to find the beginning of this stuff. Yeah, Misko actually had a really good thread about micro benchmarks. Might be interesting to some people to check out. Not going to dwell on it much, but it is interesting how much micro benchmarks lie to you. You try and make the situation as close to the actual situation. You can come to completely wrong conclusions. I remember last stream when I did kind of like drew this like in real time. I posted it. Seemed to get good response. I don't need to talk about this anymore because this literally happened on stream. But I think a lot of people are noticing this alignment. I think some of the most interesting responses from this was like the remix guys going like, I'm like, yeah, I know Remix isn't built on Preact, but they're going, believe me, the thought has crossed my mind. What would Remix look like with Preact by default on the front end? We'd already ship about 30% less JavaScript than Next. With Preact, we could be even smaller. And this whole thread goes down like 12 kilobytes or bust. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, which is actually very similar to SolidStart actually in size. So anyway, I thought this was probably the most interesting thing. People did point out that this makes people think about support of the platforms, and the platforms support everything. Like Sarah has very good points. This both makes sense and doesn't because a lot of these platforms are agnostic. Yes, very, very much true. It's just, I think it's an interesting narrative, and we've already talked about the Gatsby merger, but interesting to kind of reflect on the implications of these kind of things moving forward. All right, let's keep on going. All right. Yeah, so I didn't stream. It was my birthday. I'm very old now, so we'll just keep on going. Yeah, so this week, last week had Twitter drama, had, maybe not that much interesting kind of stuff, outside the few solid announcements. But this week has been signals, and server functions, right? Misko starts off by highlighting some of the frameworks that use signals. I love how he got shallow ref in there, although I guess he misspelt it. But yeah, this has just been the thread, yes, it was also Tanner's birthday. We both have our birthday on the same day. Yeah, that was probably one of the most interesting observations. We were in like a group chat somewhere, and like literally everyone's like, yeah, no way, my birthday's that day. No, my birthday's that day. We literally all found out at the same time, yeah. And David from Solid Community, David DiBiase is on the 10th. So a lot of February birthdays here. But yeah, I realized that after like not all signal implementations are necessarily the same. So I actually tried you never do this, but I tried to put in a chart for people, right? This one I could have drawn on stream, but I pre-did this one, and I think this naming of atoms is arbitrary. Some people got offended, oh no, atoms are this, and svelte stores aren't atoms, and whatever. My point is that there's kind of a spectrum, and whatever you call it, or whatever the examples are, I actually think today there are 4 distinct levels of adopting signals in your frameworks or in your tooling. And there's the way that React typically works, which is a component subscribes. This is like the pub sub thing, right? It just reruns. It's like something changed, run that component and its children. You get some control over it. This is like the Jutan recoil. It's where it enters the component. You go you could have a bunch of proxies and reactivity or whatever change mechanisms you want, but then you get to React and you're use my thing. And that use is when React, under the hood, has a use state flicker. So if you go use this data, get the data, pass it through your component tree, when that data updates, it's that component that reruns. Even if you don't actually use the data till further. It's very common in these patterns to actually put the use as close as you can so you don't do prop drilling. But I wanted to just kind of point out that where you use is what runs, right? Whereas the typical signals VDOM approach, which is what I call the MobX view of the world, is that the use doesn't do anything, but now you need kind of these hidden wrappers around your components, or not so hidden, that actually tell the component to rerun wherever it's read. So you can basically use context, bring the MobX observable or view observable, whatever, into your component, but then pass it to a child. And if the child uses it, the child is what re-renders, not the parent. So that's why I said mostly, because yeah, for the most part, you're going to use it in the same component, the component re-renders, whatever. But you also have the ability to kind of pass it down, and based on where it's used, that whole component will re-render. And this is how MobX works. Some people were like, oh, but there's an observer component. I'm like, okay, sure. Yes, that way you don't have to break an actual component off, so the parent doesn't run, just everything below the observer, render component, or I forget what they're called. I guess it's a render prop component. But my point is still the same. You're injecting a component level mechanism to do it. And that's kind of how most VDOM signals implementations have worked historically. So both of these exist in the React community pretty readily. And they're not the same as what we do in Solid or Preact or Qwik. But even Preact and Qwik don't do what Solid does, because for them, they kind of fall back to that zone. If you read at a component level, that component will rerun. But if you pass the signal all the way directly to where the DOM binding is, Preact and Qwik will be like, okay, our virtual DOM, and you'll see commonality because they both use virtual DOMs. They'll be like, okay, we get that node in our virtual DOM. We know that we can isolate this binding to that. So they basically almost like create a component at that point, like inside the attribute or whatever. So it's kind of like that observer component we talked about, but it happens for you automatically. And that's pretty powerful, because if you are careful and always wrap expressions in computeds, which I guess Qwik doesn't have, but they could probably automate that with their compiler if they wanted to. But if you like wrap expressions in computeds and you always pass signals down and you make sure that it always gets to the DOM, then you can get something that updates at the leaves, kind of like Solid, essentially. As long as and you always have this option, like, of like just not doing that and then having parts re-render. And for a lot of people, this is a comfortable middle ground, because then they're like, oh, I don't want to figure out the reactivity, I'll just re-render, So it's like kind of like you get both worlds, right? Interesting part, as we showed on the Preact stream, is when those things do re-render, they tend to be more expensive, because the overhead of using signals is higher than the overhead of just using the plain state with the VDOM. So it is kind of an interesting trade-off. Like almost everything compels you to write your code as if it were solid, but it won't punish you as badly, although it will be worse than what it was if you don't go that way. So that's kind of an interesting zone. And then finally, stuff like Solid or Vue Vapor, which is basically just doing the full reactive activity at the fine-grained level. So yeah, I thought this chart was interesting. I think this is only starting to be understood what those levels are, and like what it means. Like there are trade-offs when you go this way. Like your components never rerun. That's it's very foreign to some people. So yeah, but yeah, a lot of talk on signals. Marco are hinting something that they haven't released yet. I hope that it should come out. Like, have they? No. February 10th. That's a week. I don't know if you're supposed to leave a hint that long, but I'm looking forward to seeing whatever Marco's releasing. Yes. Yeah. We're gonna get to Angular and signals in just a moment here. But yes, I think there's a reasonable chance that Angular is gonna fall into this category mostly, at least at first. It's hard to take an existing system and go all the way down to here. I'm not surprised Vue will be the first ones to join Solid here, just because Vue's had this reactivity longer than anyone else. But yeah, I'm going to jump up a little bit ahead because it kind of ties in, is that we'll come back, is that yes, Angular is bringing reactivity in. So fine-grained reactivity of this type. So we're talking, we've seen Qwik, we've seen Preact, we've seen a lot, of this sort of reactivity, and signals kind of become the hype. And the funny thing is, every time this happens, there's like a new burst of interest, which is always funny because people find Solid for the first time, and it's like, that was my week this week, where there's a lot of people going like, oh, Solid, why is there another new JavaScript framework? And you're going to be like, man, it's been doing this for like 7 years. Like, it's kind of funny. I have to sometimes ignore responses to videos and chats and stuff, because it's just like, it's not surprising, but a lot of people, like, there's a bunch of people who are like, what's up to the signals thing? Isn't it like, why are we claiming like we're inventing a new thing? And it's like, no, we're not inventing a new thing. It's just like there's a lot of confusion when these moves, but I think it is really cool to kind of see this propagation of this idea, this different change model. It also brought up yet again why people are like, hey, will React ever add this? And there was some discussions about that. Let me see if I can find it. And I don't actually think I have any of those discussions here. But yeah, I think it's fair to say that while I've heard some rumors of like some backdoor conversations, I don't think the React today would consider it. I think this is more of like a future where if you're memoizing React already and having to use reactivity as your way of explaining how it works, maybe they might consider it. But generally, they've been very, not into it. In fact, I think there was a thread here off one of these ones where I was like, I don't know where I first used the term, because Mark Grabansky, who was he's the guy behind Front End Masters, credited me for the whole fine-grained reactivity term. And the truth of the matter is I used it kind of by accident originally. I actually opened up an article here where I was like, why React hooks? This is January 19th, 2019, right after the hooks announcement, a couple months. And I was like trying to explain to people why hooks were so much a bigger deal than mix-ins, and that it was basically a solution to address two really powerful constraints in React. And at some point, I use the term fine grain like a ton in my writing. I'm like fine grain this, fine grain. I just happen to write so much, like if you notice, I actually capitalize fine grain and then lowercase reactivity. So much so, what did I say here? I'm very excited and enjoying the time I've been spending with React hooks. The API feels very natural to me, and it gives a dimension to React I never dreamed possible. Their API design is progressive, so much so SolidJS is taking the last few steps to bridge the gap in API with fine grained reactivity while maintaining its top of class performance. React pushing out hooks now is a big validation that the mentality of approach patterns of fine-grained declarative data are something worth doing, if not straight up the future. It was always the constructs around explaining effects and reactive data patterns when juxtaposed against something like former React that made React look more attractive. But if this is the new React, that changes everything beyond just React itself. I realize it is probably too hopeful to think this approach would be ubiquitous, but I remain optimistic. Yeah, I mean, okay, actually I go on to be a little bit, like that's the positive note. What's the negative note? I'm just sort of left wondering if the inferior approach of technology won out and it took 6 years to realize the mistake. Picturing where we'd be if the great minds at Facebook had been working on this the past 6 years. Okay, that was pretty harsh, but a lot of my stuff has aged surprisingly well, which is good, I guess. I didn't. This is when the marketing started. About 6 months later, I was just like finding fine grained React programming. And this whole article is just like showing the differences of syntax, and like I just kind of just like, this is when I said like this is the thing, and I explain everything. This article's still good too, but I've gotten better at explaining things over time. Okay, we got the ACD Andrew Clark tweet. Yeah, thanks. I want to see this. Yeah, okay. We might add a signals like primitive to React, but I don't think it's a great way to write UI code. It's great for performance, but I prefer React's model where you pretend the whole thing is recreated every time. Our plan is to use a compiler to achieve comparable performance. Maybe we'll end up being wrong, but I'm happy about our direction. Confident ENJS and team will figure it out. Yeah. When we do add a signals like primitive, it'll mostly be geared towards serving a compiler target or as a low-level API for library authors. Interesting. It's funny because like, I mean, I guess my 6 years or longer comment is even better, because what ends up happening is Michael Rawlings goes here and says, I didn't find this term fine-grained reactivity, but he goes back to 2016. And then Seb goes, this is, Seb from Vercel, React core team guy. He said, we used it quite a lot early on to differentiate between frameworks before React, often in a derogatory manner. In this thread, fine-grained change tracking is used to describe a solid-like approach, but if I recall, it was already well established by then. He's right. fine-grained as a term was around, but people didn't apply it to the reactivity. They called it change detection. It's like a semantics, like a language thing. But yes, this is very true. I used to read all these React issues where they talked about stuff and they'd say like, oh, but that'd be fine-grained, almost like as an insult. So yeah, I mean, and as Seb owns that, like he said, often derogatory manner, and this is quite a worlds apart. I've often stated that, Solid is kind of safe where it is because React will never add signals to React. But this is interesting that it could have such an impact as this. But as I told you, this is what I just said. It's essentially the fact that they wouldn't add it to React today. It doesn't. The problem is it doesn't align with the mental model that they want to depict, even if it mechanically is a better approach. However, this is the fun part. I think they're going to realize, if they go down this path, that the mental model is going to have to change. We did this with Marco, and the funniest thing is when you start trying to explain invisible memoization with a compiler without explaining it like reactivity, it just stops making sense. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, who knows? By the time they do that, maybe that will be the end of all our struggles. React will have done that. On the other hand, that might be, another 5 years from now, and we'll have to see where SolidJS is at that point. So yeah, I mean, this is interesting. This is the first time that I've seen them actually talk about this in kind of like a more positive light, and it's a little bit to take in and think about, because as mentioned, people asked Dan this like weekly, a while ago, and he was just like, "Look, if we liked it, we would use it." that was his comment. So yeah. So we'll revisit that in the future, but very, very interesting if things actually did end up converging like this. Yeah, I thought they were heading more Svelte than Solid, because like literally their memoizing compiler is basically like Svelte, but this suggests that, like, this is why I like working with primitives. Do you know why? Because then, okay, maybe the developer experience isn't to where you need to be yet or whatever, but like you see the pieces and you can go, okay, what is the fastest possible way to do this, or the best possible way to do this? And then you can build it and you go, okay, now I understand it. And the truth of the matter is Solid's approach to rendering with the fine-grained didn't start with Solid. There was Surplus and SJS, previously. And it's been the quote-unquote fastest way to render the DOM, according to benchmarks, if you believe those, since 2000, I want to say late 2015. So, like, we're coming on a decade of being, like, very clearly, like at least according to some benchmarks, the fastest approach. Like, not even like gap, to the point that, people like Dominic Ganaway, creator of Inferno, one of the fastest VDOM libraries, is completely jumping on board with this kind of stuff. Like, it's kind of understood. Like, I don't like, how long do you have to be the fastest before things are like, oh yeah, that's like, it's like, I guess a decade is the answer. Right. So, I mean, it's fine. Speed and performance aren't everything too. There's a philosophy thing. I think it's going to be interesting though, because I mean, this is one of the challenges with compilation and transparency. Right. Yeah. So, I mean, is this what the problem is? Is it that essentially people are pressuring them to care about being fast? Being fast enough isn't enough on its own if you're trying to compete in a space that's already entrenched. You can't just come and go like, I'm a little bit faster. No one cares. But it should have some, like, performance should have some impact over the course of a decade in terms of consideration of design. When you're like, okay, yeah, this seems like a good approach. We should, should we like work on that, or should we wait a decade before we decide to work on that? Right. I think mental models are important. The funniest thing is I think their mental model is shifting. Like, I love that art, like the use effect. Oh man. I mean, you guys are gonna make me like pull it out of my bookmarks from like ages ago. Not that one. Where is it? The thing is it hidden here? Bookmarks. I'm like, I scroll down far enough and I look for it. I'm gonna find just gotta look for Dan tweets. The problem is my bookmarks are like too long. Where is it? Yeah, look at this comment. In React, I like that I can write components as functions, many in one file, and use JS syntax. Kind of hate templates. In Svelte, I like that there's less syntactic noise. Also, no runtime reactivity compared to others. Tell me that's not derogatory. Like, oh man. Yeah. I don't need to dig. You guys trust me. The funny thing is, you look, there was a version of the docs that Dan wrote that was like, use effect is reactive. Ding, like that is very much, a thing. Oh, okay. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty funny. I don't know. I don't know. I think this is going to be interesting to see how this progresses. Nonetheless, thank you for bringing this to my attention. I'm going to have to deal with that later and think through that. But yeah, I mean, the signals thing seems to be interesting because even there's so many different degrees in which we can approach the signals. We can look at like how they interact with our thing. And I don't know. It's really cool to see signals be like this kind of hot topic. I wonder, like, if I Twitter search right now and I search for signals, like maybe not hot enough to be that without, I don't know. I don't know. Let's try. No. Yeah. No. Not. We're still a speck of dust in the thing. It was just I felt like I was getting bombarded by signal stuff this week, but apparently I am just I'm not. It's fine. It just seems like everywhere I'm looking, I go somewhere and then it's just like, people talking about signals. All right. Sorry. Let's get out of this. Anyways, let's continue on. I think, was there any other signal stuff that I'm trying to think of that happened? Well, I mean, look at my timeline for me. People talking more about it. This is going to be the hot topic for a little bit now. I love that meme. Anyways, it's oh wow. Anyway, I think we'll move on from signals. Sniggles. All right. Yeah. Um, yeah, it's funny. Some of those things kind of I get stuff sent to me from time to time from outside the community, and yeah, I don't know. It's I don't know what to do with them, but it's kind of man. This is the talk of the town, and I think that it's going to continue to be for a little bit now that Angular is also in there. But yeah, let's continue. Let's move this progression forward. I mean, there's lots of adjacent topics here. What was the other one? My bookmarks. Like there's this sense around. Yeah, do I want to go there next? No, actually, I want to briefly plug the React documentary. If you haven't watched it, you should check it out. It is really cool. People don't always how should I put it? People don't always appreciate what it was like for React when they first started out. Like in a certain way, some of this reactive stuff already existed, and React was actually the really odd one out. Like they're the ones doing stuff different than everyone else. Somehow they managed to win so hard that everyone shifted into their model, and then like by the time like my stuff with Solid came out, it was like everyone's not doing things that way. But like, yeah, the documentary was really well done. The Q&A was even better, as someone's mentioning in chat here. Yeah, like it was awesome. And my favorite part of that was this quote from Dan Abramov, which is, "We win not when React wins, but when the idea survives into the next generation of tools. We compete to let the idea survive." And I said that this hit me really hard, this quote. I was sitting there in the Q&A live, and I was just like, wow. Like I'm so glad that Dan said this, because this is the feeling there. I got this sense because someone made a comment where this came from was about competition between frameworks, and I don't know if they were looking for Dan to say like, oh no, we don't compete with each other, but Dan was like, no, like look, there's a bit of a competition here, right? Like we do fight to, we do actually like compete, but the idea he's suggesting is like like he believes in React's mental model, this like their approach to like the way they do their data and the immutability and the unidirectional flow and all that kind of stuff. And he wants this, he says like React's legacy is that, as a, declarative data, the whole thing that they built philosophically, if the implementation changes, whatever, but that approach, it continues out. And it's funny because the reason, if you look at some of the comments, I'm not sure everyone appreciates the comment in the same sort of way, right? People are like, oh, a growth mindset, or, I think there was some other quote tweets I saw. That's why I say to learn React, not only because it's used now, but it will be for a long time. That's not what he's saying. He's not saying that it's a sure thing because React's so popular that its influence will continue on forever. He's saying that if it wasn't for people, especially in those early days, fighting to keep these like ideas in the UI out there and improve on them and iterate on them, like React wouldn't exist, and who knows like what else wouldn't exist, like in the future based on those philosophies. Some people will always prefer this mental model, even if someone's like saying, oh, you should use signals or something. Like there is a completely legitimate mental model behind React, and that's what they fight for, kind of like the underdog story kind of positioning. And in a sense, I think React early days was kind of the underdog story. They ended up kind of winning everything in like a very crazy way when you put it in that kind of perspective. But the reason I identify so much with this is like I was on the other side of it. When I got into creating Solid, I felt like React was killing everything I liked. like reactive programming patterns, composability, all this stuff. I thought React was just murdering it. Like just that the whole I'd actually just given up. I was like, oh, no one's going to like these patterns. No one's going to care about these patterns. And like, I just was like, no, this stuff is really good. I need to show people that it's really good. Like, not just good for authoring. It makes sense. It's more performant. Like, this is really something worth exploring and working on. And I'm sure, like, if an idea is that good, it'll rise to the surface again eventually. Like, that's my belief. But it's like, I felt that it was important for me to work in this direction, to let the idea survive, like not let like all we learned about reactivity and knockout and all that kind of stuff just die off for this model that React had popularized. So like it's incredible to see this swing around again, because in a sense, like my original mission has succeeded. Right. So anyways, yeah, this was very heavy tweet for me personally, at least, and like just the quote. Well, I was expecting the Thanos memes, and instead of we got the 3 memes in one. I'm curious why you thought that way, Ryan. I feel like Rand's is straightforward, but implementation actually feels different. Yeah, no, it's just I used reactive systems first, like Solid. So like it was the same reason that they hit those frictions at the beginning. Like they were like, "Oh yeah, just throw it away, re-render." I'm like, "No." Like picture like you got to understand, like in a sense React today is a bit more of a hybrid, but there's 2 things about React that didn't sit well with me. First of all, they use things that looked kind of like classes, and I did not like classes very much because of my .NET days. I didn't like lifecycle functions. Very much didn't like that. And I'd been building like that for several years in .NET through the 2000s. And then when I found Knockout and I realized that like I didn't need lifecycles, I could just use the data to describe how things worked, and I could compose and like all the benefits you know of hooks. I was doing that in 2010. And then React comes out and is like, no, classes, life cycles, and yeah, we don't care about that data stuff. It'll just re-render. Like, sure, it's simple, but it's like, you start thinking to yourself, and you're like, well, there's no way that could possibly be more optimal. Like, how can diffing something be better than just updating it? And then I was like, I don't like this control. Why would, like, I'm kind of giving up the ability to say this thing updates, it's going to re-render. Like the mental model just never sat with me. But I had to admit, I'm like, I saw Jing Chang's like talk about Flux and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, this data directional flow stuff is really awkward, and everything's pinging in some places. Like, sure, I know how to handle it, but you know, I've already been trying to like talk to the junior devs on my team and be like, okay, like let's not use those patterns, or here's a way that we can work around it. So like, I was like, the problems it solves are real, but I was like, am I going to give up all the power and control of having primitives to do that? And I'm like, no, not a chance, right? But no one really thought that way that much. So like, I just, as I said, I honestly didn't think anyone would like what I was working on. It was very weird the day that React hooks were released. Right? Like it's so hard to put in concept because people come to me and they're like, why would you build another framework when we have hooks and composition API and stuff? And it's like, that stuff didn't exist. It's just taken this long to actually, you know, push the dial, right? I wonder if I'd been more involved in communities, or if I'd found help sooner in different places and just hadn't been some random developer working out of a startup in Vancouver, Canada, if things would be different. I don't know. I just like believed in what I was doing, and at first thought it was my thing, and then eventually it became other people's things. I don't know. Does that make sense to anyone? So it just like, I mean, Phillips started, and then yeah. But the thing is, like, most of those pieces kind of already existed in Knockout. Like, this was already a pattern. It was just so odd to see like a whole generation of front end developers start developing and have like just make a bunch of assumptions of like how good things could be, and I would be like, no, they could be better. But oh, I see. Like, I get it. Like, oh, now your data is like a primitive. Like, wouldn't it be better if it was just plain objects and classes? And like, oh, maybe you're right. You know, it's hard to be that sure about anything. Do you know what I mean? Like, so like, yeah, you know. But yeah, I mean, this is a big topic for me. Yeah, I think I'm gonna move on for now. But like, we're just talking about how stuff here. People go to the solid repo. You're still gonna see a story of one guy by himself, except for Otanashi. I don't know name. Like, seriously, thank you. Basically, my TypeScript savior. Reason Solid has decent types. In the last, you know, like, this is a couple year period here. You got to understand here. Like, yeah, I get the projects here, but this doesn't represent the, like, if you go into any of Solid's other repos, you'll see like I'm not even present. So, you know, like the website or the playground or like, yeah, it's funny. So people give me all this credit even for SolidStart, but can I show you guys something about SolidStart? If I go to Insights contributors here, everyone's like, okay, Nikhil's number 1, but Ryan's number 2, and they basically have the same number of commits. This is also Nikhil. He just used a different username. So yeah, just yeah. Anyway, I mean, I can just literally go through the repos. It's just it's not even funny how little I contribute to everything else. Yeah, here we go. Docs effort. I did do 11 commits there. Let's, you know, Solid Playground. I just want to kind of point out that these things are not something that can be accomplished by an individual. Yeah, there's our buddy Milo. You know, like, yeah, I've never touched this repo. Like, and if you go down the list of projects here, you're going to see common trend. Maybe I made one commit. This is like, things grow beyond you very quickly as soon as things like get rolling. Otherwise, this just doesn't happen. Right? So like, I just wanted to, I just wanted to kind of point this out here, this on the shadow, because this came out because there was a comment at the end of the React documentary where they quoted something Misko Hevery said, where he said change usually starts with one person. It like doesn't start in committees. It starts with one person slowly winning other people over to the idea until it kind of like builds up to a snowballing effect. And a few people were basically like, no, I want to destroy the myth of the single individual, you know, thing. Especially people who are seen that way. And I can understand, like Rich Harris is one of the people who went there and he did a big thank you list of everyone in the Svelte community. And it's true. But like when you're in that position, like myself or Rich or Evan, like you're going to say that because you think about it and you're like, man, how could have I done any of this without other people. Like the sheer amount of work is insane. Like there's no way you could possibly picture it getting there. But I will say that there for all of us, there was probably that moment at the beginning, and it depends on how long. For me, it was actually several years where you were just working through ideas and doubting everything that you probably are doing, and just like, is this a thing? I don't know. And that might start with a smaller number of people. Yeah, so let's see, is there anything else on the bookmarks I wanted to touch on before I move on to the next topic? Sorry, bookmarks. No, it's in here, bookmarks. Yeah, I mean, while we're talking about Andrew Clark, we should throw this out here. This is big news. Andrew joined Vercel. This is part of why I ended up posting that image again from the stream, because I was being a little bit, I don't know what the term is. I was playing a little bit with the idea that Vercel and Next were kind of like, or like Next was React essentially. And when two prominent members of the core team, Seb and Andrew, joined Vercel, it seems to very much create that narrative. I think ultimately getting React distributed outside of Meta is going to be a very good thing for React. I think the challenge is if personalities can deal or handle with this, because here's the problem. Picture, like we talked about this previously on stream where Dan had said something along the lines of like, maybe I even have the quote in here. This might be subjective, but one of the things I like about Next 13 app directory is how it gets rid of a bunch of Nextisms. Yeah, it's still raw and metaphorical iOS 7 phase, but it feels refreshing. Basically, when the React core team looks at Next.js, they see React, right? They've been slowly adding pieces to remove all the unnecessary like Git server-side props and stuff. And what they're like is, this is React as it's meant to be. The problem is, there's other players out there like Remix or Gatsby or whatnot. And while React team sees Next and sees React, what's happening is I think the Remix and Gatsby guys are seeing React and seeing Next. And this is a really odd mismatch because like you need to bring everyone in, get them on the same page and working together, but they still want to keep their unique identity. And as React moves up the stack and starts taking on more of the responsibility and, establishes the patterns, there's this really interesting question or tension here all of a sudden, because now if you're, I don't know, Ryan Florence or whatever, and you're looking at stuff and React's like team is like, you should, do this pattern. And he's going, well, like, so we should just become like a copy of Next.js. Like there's going to be like there's a bit of a interesting potential for friction there, even though from pure stance, this is React. Like it's not Next.js, it's React that's actually hijacking Next. But I don't know if everyone sees it that way. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of point this out here. I think we need to see React kind of move beyond the stage it's at, but the next period of time is going to be interesting because there's a lot of people invested in React and extensions of React, and if React and Next basically become the same thing, it makes it difficult for egos and pride and stuff too. So we'll see how it plays out. But I think this is one of the most challenging parts about this. What What if you memorize your memorization so it runs even faster? I love this joke because generally it's the opposite. It makes it slower. So I thought that was hilarious, Lauren. Yeah. Here's a great one. The biggest competitor to React right now is React. There's a lot to unpack here, and I'm probably not going to do that on this stream. But I think this is true. Whenever you're the biggest fish in town, like you're the thing, it's React's game to lose, not anyone else's game to win, so to speak. React has to figure out how it maneuvers the next stage of things as it migrates or shifts along. You know, it's tricky. Yes, this is undoubtedly true to a certain degree, but I actually don't think the React core team actually believes this. That even if it'd be nice to write that narrative, I think they honestly believe that they're just bringing Next along with them. So yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, this could be Jordan trolling, but I don't know. I tend to take things seriously. This also might just be like saying like nothing is as good as React, blah blah blah. You know, like, and that's the comment. But if that's the case, I mean, it's yeah. I mean, this kind of leads me up to something else that I wanted to that I wrote down here, which was that where was it? I haven't talked enough about how server components and server functions are architectural in the way, say, single-page apps or MPA are with islands. They ask little client isomorphic solutions that they don't already provide. There is nothing to tie them to a particular framework or library. Remember last stream when I was trying server components and I realized that they were completely isolated? I was like, oh my God, you can't pass promises across. I know they're working on a PR to do that or whatever, but generally speaking, you could offer the experience of server components for the most part with having two separate frameworks, right? And I like, this is what I was kind of talking about. I was like, beyond showing up in a framework near you, you know, count on appearances, agnostic solutions, things like Astro, and maybe other languages. I started like going down this thing. I had a great talk with Greg from Leptos. I'm like, can we just like make the outside of the server components be written in Rust? Because the thing is, we saw last time, client components never re-render or never render on the server after initial load. So if you could use something like inertia.js kind of style where you can just like offload the client rendering on the first render for those islands. So render mostly in Rust, offload the client islands on the first render, so you get that initial page load. The communication's actually fairly straightforward. You just serialize the data into it. There's no back and forth. It's like calling a function. It's like an RPC. Just like go in, node, render this island, out, HTML string, inject. If you could do that, then every subsequent page navigation with server components never needs to touch the JavaScript layer. I don't know why people would want to, necessarily author in two different languages. It's just an interesting observation from my perspective that it will be quite possible to offer this experience in a way that like could be split across languages. This has been a problem for a while, that literally JavaScript has a stranglehold on this, front to back end communication if you want to have an optimal client experience. It's interesting to me that you could basically like farm out the island's initial render and then basically have a full Rust backend. How much do the core teams in Next and Reactive talk to each other? I'd be curious to know. I mean, they are the same people. Seb is like, it's not even talk to each other like to a certain degree. They're like literally working on Next and are on the React core team in some cases. They're like, yeah. That was a whole controversy. Seb stopped working at Meta and was making PRs against React the day before NextConf. And people are like, would anyone outside of Meta be able to just like come in and like make a PR last minute to get something out for NextConf? So yeah, that's the thing. It's not just communicate. Not only do they communicate all the time, they're like partially the same people. But yeah, anyways, what I was saying is we're already seeing the influx of server functions from Blitz, SolidStart, Leptos, Qwik, React. The thing I was talking about, Remix. Technically, they're just talking about more granular loaders. And I'm saying server components can be the same. It can be commoditized. I'd be surprised by the end of the year we didn't have alternatives boasting benefits in DX size and performance. I was hinting a little bit about the stuff that we're working on with Tanner earlier. I think it might be interesting to see with Astro how we can generalize this now that we're all kind of aligned. So this is one of those exciting things. I've been specking it out, seeing what a universal server component spec would look like for both single file component styles and not. Think about it. If Astro had server components, you literally could just be like, oh, I've got server components with Preact. So, like all of them, just bang. And the funny thing is, if it was Astro, you'd probably feel it because you'd be like, oh, I'm just going to make a simple islands demo thing and then turn it into server component mode. And then bang, it's still like, oh, how big's my site? Oh, 10 kilobytes of JavaScript. I think this is we're going to see this branch out a lot in the next year. So yeah, well, they don't quite do, but you see the potential there, right? I think there's some considerations on stuff, but yeah. Well, no. The Astro file is the server component. What I'm getting at and what I'm trying to say in this whole tweet is that the client part, the island part, Astro already does this. So literally, if you took Astro and then let them have a routing solution, essentially, that could handle async and can ship HTML over the wire and then do the same diff that they do in their HMR, know the how to load the right client bundles, all the stuff they already do, then you basically have server components. The only thing the client has to implement is context, how the islands talk to each other. But that could be implemented today even without the server component thing. This is completely doable. This will not be a next only thing for very long. And as I said, I think a lot of the other solutions are going to people are going to be like, oh, why is Next so big? Or, that kind of thing. This, yeah. Yeah. But the islands router for Astro. Yeah, but I'm saying that effectively that's where it comes to. I figured out the last little gaps to kind of tell the full story. So, yeah, I think this is very interesting. Right. I mean, the authoring experience is still a question. I wonder if frameworks still want to own it, like SolidStart. But the thing is, right now, we're going to be really close with Astro. So maybe the SolidStart built on Astro solution and the Astro native solution, if they choose to go that way, can be developed out at the same time using the same building blocks. Just saying. This is... And yeah, if Astro gets it, I mean, it's very compelling because suddenly you're just I could literally do this with anything. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting stuff. I mean, server functions hot right now was another tweet because when people were being, what am I talking about server functions? Servers $, like the stuff that we talked earlier about with Tanner, it looks like we have a use server coming from React, which is basically their version of server components. It's in a separate file, but you can basically do a use server and import from that file, and that function will now always run on the server via an RPC call. You see, so yeah, effectively creating an RPC. This using JSON serialization arguments, but more utils coming. Blah blah blah. Okay, yeah, but this is essentially React adding server $ in their sort of way. They're using their directives because they want to make it part of their component model. They want people to package up server modules and client modules, and they want that to be on NPM. Obviously, I have a different idea here, and I don't know if it's better, but that's I'm gonna kind of explore. Me and Tanner are gonna explore that. But the thing that I thought was really interesting about this, and I highlighted, is the most interesting part of this isn't that multiple frameworks have landed here independently, semi-independently, like Solid has them, Qwik has them, everyone, got them, but that it's a React proposal, not a Next one. It allows it to be standard that can be NPM packaged up, but it requires other tools to play along. So React is turning into a spec. Like, I called it a platform here, but I realized afterwards, that React is actually turning into a spec. It's not a library. It's not a framework. It's trying to turn into a spec, almost like the browser. So like, I was kind of like joking around. I'm like, oh, I can picture people being like, make a can I use for React and be like, oh, remix, next, like Gatsby, like that's like, but it will be bundlers too, Vite. Like they're basically turning into a spec. And the fact that their solution is playing on like use client loot server that parallels, that was kind of a realization I'd come to myself. In a sense, Solids, I haven't added the $ to our islands, but we added server $ and island $ and client only $, and like you can start seeing that there's these kind of parallels and these kind of patterns, whether directives or they're calling their stuff directives at the top, or decorators, like what Solid does, wins, or is the best DX. I don't know, but it's interesting to see React take this on rather than like the meta framework take this on. But it's interesting. Someone talk about the Andrew and the signals thing. Yeah, I mean, maybe they feel like they have to get in the conversation. I felt like the memoized compiler thing was like a reaction to Svelte. Like they saw the Svelte and they're like, oh, we need to show that we can make the DX. Like they have so many things they want to do, and they have the ability to do it with so much backing. But at a certain point, you still have to go and build that thing. So I think at their point right now, they're like, look, we want to do all this stuff. And they're just like telling you that, like, if you stick with us, we'll get there one day. All right, where am I? I need to go back to my profile. Okay, cool. Was there anything else under bookmarks? No. I mean, there's a lot of feelings in the ecosystem here. Jason Miller was saying, we implemented server components and decided not to pursue the solution. Preact has no need for concurrent mode. We are pursuing solutions that reduce or remove overhead, not solutions that amortize overhead. Yeah. That's kind of like the thought here. A lot of the work that React has done isn't about like removing costs, but like spreading them out over time. And Preact's like, look, we just want to cut the costs altogether. This has been a challenge myself as well, because Solid's been so performant that we've like cut the overhead. But then you're like, you kind of go like, is there going to be a point at which you will need to amortize? Should we seal those doors? I don't know. That being said, I take this to mean time slicing. I think concurrent rendering in the navigation IO story is actually really compelling from a DX standpoint. I think it creates a really nice experience. But time slicing might be something, we have an experimental mode. That might be something that we just lay to rest. It might just not be valuable enough when you have a system that's efficient enough. But I don't know yet, because React also has to deal with a different type of scale than any of us are dealing with. Oh, question about, yeah, let me go. Yeah, I thought they had granular diffing only down parts of the DOM. Sort of. Yes. It is more advanced. They have shortcuts and like optimizations, but it's still conceptually like, my understanding at least is that it's a component that like the view of the component that re-renders, but they have ability to go like, oh, this branch doesn't change. Like they have more shortcuts in terms of optimization, but there's still very much a VDOM quost. Like I forget Vue. I brought this up a few times on stream. Vue 3.2 quintessential quintuplets added this feature here about vmemo where they could tell the VDOM not to like to cache it essentially, because the problem with Vue is not the challenge with the VDOM reactive hybrid is that if you start wrapping each component in create effect, it has a cost. So, and Vue kind of also encourages you to make larger components with a single file component structure. So there's like this weird tension where like as you make your components better because it's nicer for authoring, and you reduce that overhead of having as many reactive wrappers, unfortunately the VDOM gets less efficient because VDOM likes smaller components. So they added a way to say like, hey, make it like a sub VDOM component in the component with this V memo. And the thing is, before Vue added this trick in the JS framework benchmark, they were much slower. They were more like a Preact range on performance, where now Vue is the other of the like most popular frameworks. Vue is the next one closest to Solid. They're still, quite a ways back, but they generally benchmark better than Svelte because of this trick. And that trick is, again, suggesting that they have a VDOM that re-renders, and they're just giving you ways to annotate it. So yes, Vue is still very much, even though they have optimizations, they are still very much like a component re-render kind of system. Their setup function is never re-rendered, but their like render function or template does. It means that like when you have a cost, like the idea, what React's been doing is basically scheduling. They're going like, look, if something's really expensive, instead of running it all at once, we're going to split it and time slice it so we can like prioritize, let the browser handle events, and then we'll just kind of, as the work finishes, we'll bundle it up and then show it on the screen in a consistent manner. That's what like time slicing does. It lets them, instead of blocking, split up work and then displaying it when it's ready. Because you have to be consistent. You can't show partial updates to a UI. So he means amortization of that thing of like splitting up the work rather than getting rid of the work. Because there's like an argument with reactivity. You're like, well, if you're not re-rendering a bunch of components, then like, aren't you going to like just not be doing the work in the first place? I don't think that's 100% true, honestly. I think that's like a bit simplistic, but we can push that for a while and probably be right long enough that anyone who pulls up a simple benchmark on their computer would be like, whoa, look how much faster we are. We don't need that. Because the truth of the matter is like adding time slicing concurrency and stuff makes base React even slower. Like it actually slow. I think someone actually submitted to the JS framework benchmark and it made it React like 20% slower, even though it wasn't doing anything. Yes. If you literally look at the slide that Evan presented at the compiled output, you're just like, oh, and you picked up Solid's compiled output and put them side by side, you'd be like, okay, someone definitely took notes. It is basically just Solid, and the performance, I as far as I understand, is probably going to be very, very similar. But again, they're resetting their ecosystem. So it's interesting. Like, I don't know what happens. Does everyone copy what I'm doing with Solid, and because they have more momentum, even if they have to recreate all the libraries, Solid becomes unnecessary? I don't know. Or does Solid keep on innovating during this time period, and we're not done yet, and we got way more in store that people can't even picture? Not sure. No, it's not. But it makes it worse. That's the thing, right? Like, it's not about rendering faster, but it makes it slower. So it's an interesting trade-off for when a lot of people are never going to hit this problem. But yeah, let's continue. Is it time for that conversation? Let me see here. This was a fun one. I got called CEO of Signals. I've updated my Twitter profile appropriately. What am I looking for? Yeah, server functions. Another announcement, Qwik released their server functions. What's cool about Qwik's server functions is I got a little story behind this because I was at the conference that shall not be named in November. And we were sitting there around with me and Manu in the end of November, and I was like showing off SolidStart a bit, and I was like, man, you check out this this thing that we did with the server functions. It's kind of like Qwik, and Manu saw it and he was like, man, well, like we're already 90% there. Like literally, we just like our framework already does this. You just need to like make the mechanism around the stuff, and yeah, like it's cool to see how conversations like that kind of start and propagate, and then back in early December, yeah, that checks out. That's right after the conference. They kind of went back and they added their version of the server functions and loaders and actions, and the cool thing is Qwik already handles situations that no one else does, in that they like handle closures. So you can actually like put a server function inside a component and have it read from client state via closure, which nobody else does. So this is really kind of cool to see their approach. I don't know what the implications are of that. Like, I don't know how actual useful that is to close over something versus pass it in. In Solid's case, especially because of reactivity, I don't know, like, if you would like subscribe somehow. Like, I don't know if you could make the reactivity work through that hoisting properly, or if it makes sense, but it's just interesting, this capability of the compiler. And I think it's really cool because while I'm not sure if the usage has a case yet, it's super powerful what they're doing. And that's just Qwik in general. In a sense, these special applications of stuff like we're doing with Bling is actually like the whole Qwik framework is just that. It's just like a bunch of those things. And they can just like add new ones very simply just because of the way they're architected. So it's very it's unsurprising, but what I like about it is that we're all kind of aligning on like what we're trying to do with it. It's the product, less the technology, you know, like, so very, very, very cool to see that as well. And also my ViteConf talk is up. Finally, I've been waiting. I think I was literally the second to last talk to go up, but this is one of my favorite talks of the year. This is where I introduced SolidStart, server functions, all this stuff back in October, but I actually recorded it back in September, and talk about stuff still being relevant because it was a great talk. I even talked about the whole library versus framework thing, and it's so funny because I didn't know React was going to say like, oh, you need to use a framework to use React. But I was like, literally this whole talk is like, I never want to say that you need to use a framework to use Solid. It's really funny juxtaposition. And obviously like everyone's talking about service functions this week, but this is what I recorded back in September, which, you know, yeah, I think this is a really great talk. So anyways. It might be. It's pretty cool. Close. We were never able to get Marco's client-side performance as fast as Solid. We got it close with a few optimizations, but I think their goal right now mostly is just to kind of. It was to arrive at a similar point as Inferno. I don't know where they are now, but I know that they are. I've seen Marco's approach get as close as 0.02 to where Solid is. So. I don't know if it'll beat it, and especially with the new stuff we're working on, I'm not expecting it to beat it on that performance, but I expect it to become close enough that like no one really cares. It'd be interesting if we get to a point where like Vue Vapor comes out and React builds whatever they do, and this performance thing is not a thing. But I mean, we'll have to see everything that comes there. Like as I said, it's so interesting to me because this level of performance has existed basically for a decade. Like it just hasn't changed. So why are we caring about it now? I don't know. You build a to-do app with Marco 6, I'm not sure. I already built a to-do app with Marco 6, but we haven't. They didn't want to publish it because worried about things would change, and it doesn't have key features that eBay needs, like streaming at the time. So it's like really awkward that if you publish it and then people start using it, and then like it had to change because of some async thing that weren't handling. Yeah. I think Marco and Qwik are going to just be on their own vein, kind of like separate. Like the stuff that we've been doing with SolidStart and maybe with Astro's stuff, you know, is essentially does MPAs, does server components, which means that like when you put the full package together, even if Solid itself is just the library, the package is like in an alternative to say using Marco or using Qwik or whatever. So I don't expect those kind of things to work together, so to speak, if that's what you're wondering. Anyways, let's keep on going. I already talked about this. Oh yeah. The syntax just dropped before the stream. It's actually pretty good. I wasn't sure to expect from the syntax podcast, but they did a great job of asking questions and really eliciting from me like a lot about I've talked about these things before, like origins, but I think this is one of the best that I've been able to describe Solid in a way that people could digest it. Okay. We already did the big news earlier with Tanner. Let's talk about, I got, I think, 2 more topics for today. And yeah, I could probably find that. Do you know what the problem is? I almost don't want to look. I think I already did look at this one. Sorry, how do you spell it? Academind, Academind, Solid. I probably could just look up SolidJS. Yeah, Solid better React. 34,000 views in one day. Oh man, I'm not gonna watch the video right now. I think I already watched it, but I don't even know if I want to read the comments section here. This is what happens whenever someone discovers Solid for the first time. What about Solid Native? Okay, sure. Solid is great, but unless it's adopted by companies, the community rallies to build patches for not topple React, blah, 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 because, yeah, that's true. Better people won't use it because they can't use MUI or similar and reviews the components themselves. It's funny, we actually have an MUI thing, but of course no one who comments on YouTube will actually check that. So Solid just React with a hash map. That's funny. Let's talk in 2 years. Well, it's already been 7. Okay, let's keep on going. React Native. See, this is the new catch point for people. The NativeScript isn't enough. We need to employ a team to create Solid Native. Solid is similar to Vue, somewhat. Another month, another JavaScript framework. Yes, that's right. It took me a month to create Solid. Oh, that's a nice comment. GSX is just wrong. Anyways, I don't even know if I should waste my time looking at the comments here. I find that we're not going to do that anymore. Yeah, what is it called? We have lots. We have like a handful of component libraries. My favorite is probably, what's this one? Let's see here. It's docs. Yeah, I don't know. There's a few ones that are actually a lot better, like that are really cool. Like the people, I think Hope UI is compared to Chakra, and then something I think is it called Cobalt. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. That's all they're going to say. But my favorite one is like, oh, a new framework, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Marco 6 is untouchable in small bundles, just FYI. As far as I've seen, it's going to be a very long time until anything else has bundles anywhere near Marco 6. Sorry, I took that part for granted. I was talking about the performance in the client. Marco 6 bundles are just insane because the way the compiler works, yeah. Yeah. Cobalt. Yeah, that's the one I was looking for. Yeah, it's, yeah, was it Cobalt Dev? Did I get that right? This library looks very promising. I believe it works with SSR. I think it's headless or something. I don't keep track of this stuff. What is this? Is a UI toolkit for building accessible web apps designed with SolidJS. It provides a set of low-level components and primitives. Yeah, follows best practice accessibility, composability, unstyled. Yeah, this is there's some great libraries here. There's another comment, some kind of design system added support. I didn't check this out, but do you guys know what's this? Flowbyte integration, Tailwind CSS kind of thing. I don't know. I'm not sure. There's so much of this stuff that I don't keep track of it. Yeah, we try and link it all on the resources page. So we don't get everything here. Resources, or actually, is it packages the right one? I don't know. Components. What if I just do this? Yeah, so Suid, style, components, emotion. These aren't all the Flowbyte. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I guess we're only listing like 200, maybe 250 packages here, maybe 220, but 50, 80, 130, yeah, whatever. Yeah. There's probably more out there in the ecosystem. These are the 250 that I know about. Is there a UI category? Yeah, what's this? Hero icon, solid icons, emotion, loom, phosphor. What's that? Solid particles, solid form action, solid reach, felt, form 1, solid 18N. There's a lot here. Solid flip, solid headless, tip tap, dismiss, form, direct, D&D. So drag and drop, I guess. Tip tap, solid toast, markdown, I18N, slate. I don't know. Get Hope UI, the original capacitor. Yeah, spring preview. It doesn't look like Cobalt is here. Sorry, there's a lot of UI libraries here. Solid table, AG grid. Yeah, anyways. We don't have to, you guys can look yourself. You don't need to have me go through the dozens of libraries. Yeah, we have Motion 1, but not Framer. Yeah. Yeah, we need to establish that. There's some big stuff that's coming out very soon, and we just need to be better at talking about who uses it. It was funny. This stuff just takes time, you know. It's a slow roll at the beginning, but once we get rolling. Sorry, I think I said there's 2 topics left, right? And one of them was, what was it? This one? Yeah, okay. Let's go into the last 2 topics. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's cases like this where like there's some internal tools being built and stuff. Yeah, Prime uses Solid during his day job, which is amusing to some people, and then he uses Leptos when he can't. Like he signals all the time, JS and Rust. Those kind of things aren't like the big like we built our whole product on Solid, and there's a couple of those kind of coming up sooner. Okay. So this is all this server function and server components and stuff has caused a bit of a backlash where we have talked about the recent trend among frameworks to promote a pseudo-JavaScript. It looks like JS, but the semantics are not the same. The semantics are also not documented because the point is to trick you into thinking it's normal JS. My feeling is I have the rules of code when I'm writing. I know most of the rules of JavaScript. I don't know the rules of this thing, but it doesn't do normal things. That's why I'm a big fan of DSLs. They clearly delineate from normal code. This is a great point. right? Like, like when I was saying I was having a hard time with server components, I was like, this is why I like Astro. Astro could have .astro files. It's very clear that my server components are not my solid components, like very clear. Whereas like you start going like, well, if you suddenly have like rules where you're like, okay, if I'm use client here, I can do this. If I don't have it, I can do this. If I'm, a server, I can do this. Like if you start injecting all these different sorts of rules into the setup, and the stuff all looks the same, you start going what is the hidden thing? Did I not scroll to the top of the file and check what mode I'm in or whatnot? And I have to admit, this was part of my reason for the server function $sign thing, because I was kind of like, I wanted to put the decision as close to the end user as possible, like at the point of I'm going to use this, not at the point of authoring. But it is an interesting question, because I'm sure he's not a big fan of that as well. Right. There's, yeah, guiding star for remix requires too much magic. I think it's funny, but like someone was like, remix, you're guilty of it with your magic exports. The thing is, everyone has a different level of comfort here about what they do, and nothing highlights this better than where I was, what I actually bookmarked. Rich Harris is co-signing this take. I need to put the take in essay form. But in the meantime, I'll settle on co-signing this tweet. It's been head-spinning to watch. It's just JavaScript Brigade, represented by multiple frameworks, gleefully embrace butchered semantics. Do you realize how ironic this is? I get what he's saying. Okay, check it out. So I guess what you're saying is we should have used .jsx instead of JS, right? Because like that's what came to my mind too, and I'm like, we do use .jsx in Solid. I guess it would be equivalent to Svelte versus JS. I'm not talking about JSX. I'm talking about server functions like RPCs that give you illusion type safety. Remixes co-location, so the magic exports. Fast rate impression of tree shaking. Qwik's event handlers that break after valid refactoring. He's talking about the fact that the $sign functions, like literally, it's you like because serialization boundaries are there, so you could just like change a bit of code and then suddenly like it's no, like you're no longer serializing the right stuff. So it's like, it's funny though, because that's not that, this is actually a little bit of a jab, I guess. It's more of that he's just saying like the dollar operator in Qwik, like the way the $signs work and the closures and stuff. But the reason I found this comment so interesting was, to me at least, you've been very clear that Svelte is a new language that uses syntax, but forks semantics. I think community or maybe Svelte learners have been less clear on the outside. An outsider, it's just JavaScript with Svelte users dunking on other frameworks. Yes. So this is why it's ironic, because he's right. Technically, he's very clear at delineating that in a separate file. But this is kind of where I'm getting at on the thing, is because the people generally don't. Yeah, I actually responded to him. I said, this is the world you kind of sown to a degree. No one notices the dots spelled at the end of the file. You asked me once why I thought Marco didn't catch on. This is true. Rich Harris asked me when I talked about how awesome Marco was. And I said there are a few reasons, but mostly that they tried to create a language instead of hijack one. The common thread is new DSLs are something only their creator can love. What people learned from Svelte was warping semantics is an acceptable way to deal with shortcomings of the language. It's also cheaper on tooling. Like, Rich has a gist where he explained how Svelte is secretly a language and how he didn't try to conquer the world and he used stuff. But what it effectively did is, you think that React's compiler is not inspired by Svelte to a certain degree. Like, what Svelte showed us and showed the world was that you could just, people were accepting of you completely mangling the semantics of JavaScript, and that was more preferable than creating a new DSL that did it. And it's funny because he's right. Oh, it's in a Svelte file, but that's not like the hook. What people get it. The hook is it's just JavaScript. And we continued on this conversation for a bit, and where was it? Shortcomings of language. I find most languages well designed. They appeal more to language designers, though. Consistent, elegant sound are not what brings the masses. It's not unlike bringing new JavaScript frameworks to the world. Yeah. Okay, where did I say here? Okay. I've gone down rabbit holes trying to accomplish the goal rather than introducing a new syntax that solved the problem instantly, right? I talked about SolidScript a while ago. This whole idea of what or reactive script, like what that would look like. I have a stream on it, I have an article on it. We've become a world of compiler macros. Like when I look at all this stuff, it's just like same stuff. Like all the examples that Rich gave there are all just different examples of different people's comfort levels, but all kind of do the same thing. So while we can debate the merits of clear boundaries, this is JavaScript today. Maybe we should blame Babel, or browsers couldn't keep up, or the fact that JS isn't a data flow language. But when just.js React, of all things, adopts a compiler, it's the world that is warped. So he goes on about adjacent syntax and stuff, and we change the meaning of export and $sign and equal, and what I said to him was, yeah, it's interesting where we draw lines. I get called out for compiling ternary inside of SolidJSX, which I understand, but justify. For me, Svelte changed the meaning of let conceptually. Right from the very first variable you declare, it has different semantics. I do understand mechanically it is the equal sign that does it. Like the compiler looks for the equal sign, but the let, like you change what a JavaScript variable is. And he's like, well, it's actually let and const. But yeah, this is interesting to me because everybody is guilty of it. Even the guys who claim that they're not guilty of it. It's almost like a superiority thing. I'm not talking about Svelte specifically because I don't think Rich doesn't have that kind of ego. But like when people are like, we don't use a compiler, we just do magic exports or whatever. Like it's all this slippery slope of different syntaxes and how much we can kind of convince people that it's just JavaScript. I don't know. Like, should we care that much? Is this the hill we're all going to die on? Is it going to get really confusing when people try and figure out what's going on in a couple years? These are all possibilities. Right? So, yeah. Yes, and it's been for such a long time. This is what JavaScript is. I talked about an article about JavaScript stop being the language and start being like the machine or whatever, like some poetic thing about it, JavaScript's soul. Like this is what JavaScript is now. It's Babel did this, right? Like it's funny because there's a lot of people who are like trying to go all the way out, but even then, like if you're like a big Dino fan and you're like, look, we don't use builds. Dino still uses builds, so like we're all part of this thing. Like like Fresh still has to build JSX. Like that's why this isn't worth getting in a holy war battle about distinctions here. You can say I don't like this API. But as I talked earlier about the Tanner, I honestly, I'm not going to be the one to give you that opinion. I'm going to give you the tool that lets you do what Svelte does, lets you do what, maybe even one day close to what Qwik does. But I'm not going to tell you which one you're going to use, right? Rich is very much concerned about that because he's very much concerned about how people approach the web, like how they learn, how they look at the platform. I'm much more concerned of enabling people to do what they want to do. So it's just a different place on perspectives here. So which is why I'm much more lenient, and then I find it a little bit amusing that like everyone has their comfort level and their place. I just want to stop spending a day setting up my dev environment. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? These things kind of move together. Like don't get me wrong. There's that whole thing where they're talking about you need a framework to use React, like Next. You're right. If someone went back to 2015 and was like, here's Next.js in 2020, or 2021. Let's go with Next 12 before 13. Let's just use that as the benchmark, Next 12. And here's Webpack 2016. I want you to build the experience of Next using Webpack, and tell me that you don't need a framework. Yeah, I mean, that's not even like a fair comparison. Like, but the thing is, the primitives and the building blocks improve alongside with the top level bundle. So yes, the flagship product gets easier and easier and easier, but then Vite comes out and takes the bottom up as well. So like these things are constantly moving, right? And you're right, there's like this balance where you're like, does it take more than a day to set up your dev environment? That should be the constant, right? Maybe if computers get faster and npm downloads get faster or whatever, that also impacts that. But to me, this is just a continuously sliding scale. Yeah. Yeah, I mean and we just said Astro is like the next thing on top of Vite. Like that's sort of where we're getting to. Like I don't think these things, like the whole unit shifts over time, right? Like but the philosophies stay the same, which means that say React going from we're just a library, you don't need a framework, to like you need to use a framework to use React. That is a philosophy shift more than like just the progress, because React could stay on the left side of the field instead of the right. They're actually crossing that field right now, whereas historically, as things have shifted forward, they've stayed on the left, right? So that's why it's a choice. I don't believe because someone tells me that like the whole thing is shifted that much that you need to use like Next or Remix or SolidStart even for that matter. But like this is just a constant range that slides along with a leading end and a like with two edges, So yeah, you can dig through the comments and people saying how their version doesn't do what, or their version does. The world isn't ready for this talk. No babble, no problems. This is a talk where like the vanilla JS crowd, so to speak, was I used to call them, but it could be no build or whatever, can kind of like laugh at what's going on here, and maybe they have a point, but it's also kind of like, yeah, I don't actually think almost no one actually gets this tweet reading all the comments here. I think Rich's thread that came off it is probably a lot more interesting, but. I think for some people, they might have not thought things this way, so I think there's some value in here. But I do think that the one thing I've noticed about this, with the people kind of jumped into the conversation because it perhaps has been harsher on the framework authors, is that like everyone has their own comfort level. Okay, one more topic before we sign off stream. What did we get? Do I have another? I have to go over to Twitch to grab this one. Thanks, Dev. This is what I was more expecting, not the one on Theo's. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, that was amusing. I appreciate that, Dev. Anyway, yeah. The last topic today is related to food, not related to sushi. I'm actually doing some, I think, Korean barbecue. I know, changing it up. But a very important food topic as related to JavaScript, and that is the ideal number of toppings on a pizza. I think this is a pretty valid take, you know. I worked at a pizza place for how long? About a year and a half, when I was like at the beginning of going to school before I left to go on tour the first time. I was terrible at university. Like I like be playing my band and like working, making pizzas and whatnot. And there's definitely a way to get around. The problem is if you just like do your standard like American style pizza with like typical like all the five, like when you go to like let's try Domino's here, and you look at like all their pre-made like pizza options. What is it? Whatever, delivery. Is it going to ask me for my location first? Yeah, I don't want to do that online. Carry out. They're still going to ask me for my location. Right? Yeah, I'm like, screw this. But like when you look at all like the pre-made options, they all have like 5 toppings on them, and they're all garbage. Right? I my favorite pizza actually has 5 toppings on it, but it took a careful balance that it's actually based on 3 toppings, and then the other toppings are kind of extra, and they're kind of like they're not fundamental to the pizza. They're just like a flavor addition. If you're just trying to like put all the stuff on, it is not good. It just makes worse pizza. And honestly, sometimes I question, I'm like, is that 5th ingredient really necessary? Rich Harris showed his and he was like, this pizza has 7 toppings, but you got to keep in mind, he has multiple types of peppers on here. We have banana peppers, roasted peppers, and jalapenos. I don't know if you can count those all as separate toppings. Just, right? So I there's an interesting question here, and this has led to a debate about a scoring system. But yes, I actually very much enjoyed this thread. There's lots of great pictures of pizza. Oh yeah, best pizza city in America is Portland. I had a really good pizza in Portland, I gotta admit. I didn't get New York pizza when I was in New York. I'm just crazy, aren't I? But I've had obviously Italian pizza in Italy that was very good, but in a different place. If we want to talk about American style pizza, I have to admit the best American style pizza I've ever gotten was in Portland. That's interesting. Okay. Anyways, sorry. I'm just having fun. The audience of the stream is quickly leaving. It's fine. It's also end of the day, but thank you, Jason, for bringing some levity in all the drama and conversations. I said this was a big week, a lot of stuff going on, and I hope everyone had a good week too through it all. Anyways, I think I'm good. I think we're good for this week. That awesome. Sorry, I just, you're right. This is worth a shout out. I know how much people have been waiting for this. Like do a quick thing. Yeah, here we go. Experimental. Yeah, I mean, this is the trickiest thing. They chose not to build on Vite, and now they have to like re-implement that part of the platform. So this is a big improvement and big go. Part of me wondered at one point why they didn't just move to Vite at a certain point. You know, like I guess they're like more and more, but like nothing Remix does went just you know, right over. But I guess they have their reasons. Does anyone actually know why? I heard about them having a Vite-based fork so that Ryan Florence was all like, yeah, I use Vite so that I can get HTML when I'm developing stuff. But yeah, I don't know. So yeah, it's interesting. I'm interested to see. Yeah, it's something Vite did. Yeah, I mean, I can believe that, I guess, but like Vite does so little. Like to do remixes patterns in Vite. I know just from the work we did on SolidStart, it's like incredibly easy. Like someone could whip that up in like half a day. So yeah. Anyway, is it, you guys just gonna keep on feeding me tweets? Is that what's happening here? Suspense is older than hooks. What's the context here? Damn it! Why is it not showing me? Is there? It's funny. I opened up this tweet, but it's not showing me what's this in response to. My little joke about Suspense being older than hooks, though, is Marco released Suspense in 2014. Of course, I'm never going to find it by searching for Marco, but async. Seriously, what? This article is a good read for anyone who wants to understand. They explain how Suspense actually exists mostly to get it was an understanding that out of order streaming and UI states and the loading states kind of could be handled the same pattern. And this article isn't quite Suspense from React, but it kind of the parallels here are actually surprisingly similar. To Marco's await tag. Obviously, it's not the same complete semantics, but that's my joke. But yes, my understanding that Suspense did exist before, and hooks. Yeah, it's interesting. Sorry, and I did not open up this one. All right. Yeah, this is the comment from Ryan Florence where they say, today I actually run Vite in parallel to remix and pull in those kind of components for better DX. Yeah, so you start going like, yeah, I don't know why. Maybe someone will know the real answer at some point. Vite is definitely less stable. I will give them that. I think, especially during that time period, Vite like broke stuff so often for us, but like the benefit to the end user like drastically outweighs that. Anyways, you guys are gonna keep me here forever unless I actually just call it. So we're gonna call it here. Google SolidStart. All right. Check you all later. Have a great weekend.